Video is not playing. Pallavi, the video. Should I start?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So, very good afternoon from Dhaka, Bangladesh. Dear participants, viewers, Honorable Minister of State for ICT, Bangladesh, Governments of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, François Copini, the Global Digital Lead for UNCDF, Ms. Tina Jabin, the Managing Director and CEO of the government mandated Startup Bangladesh Limited, which is a government mandated VC, and also Rajiv Kumar Gupta, who is the
Sorry, I'm not able to hear.
first session, driving innovation for an inclusive digital economy in Bangladesh. So we have with us the Honorable State Minister for ICT, Mr. Junaid Ahmed Polok, who is basically a champion of digital Bangladesh, and he has been selected as the world's 100 most influential people in digital governance and also young global leader in 2016. As honorable chief guest of this opening session to open today's event. And as Mr. François Copini, the global digital lead of UNCDF, will be delivering the keynote address on this issue. And also Ms. Tina Jabin will present the post-COVID ICT roadmap for Bangladesh, which is basically driving the digital Bangladesh agenda. And Mr. Rajiv Kumar Gupta will be delivering the welcome address on behalf of UNCDF. So viewers, participants, and panelists and the guests, so I welcome Mr. Rajiv Kumar Gupta to deliver his welcome address on behalf of UNCDF.
Thank you, Ashraf Bhai. Respected Honorable State Minister, Mr. Junaid Ahmed Polok, Honorable Senior Secretary, Mr. N.M. Ziul Alam, PA. He would be joining us for the closing remarks. Ms. Tina Jabin, Managing Director and CEO of Startup Bangladesh, and Mr. François Copini, Global Digital Lead, UNCDF. Distinguished panelists and participants in this event, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you, as per the time zones you're joining from. A very warm welcome on behalf of UNCDF and Singapore FinTech Festival. And thank you for taking out time for your active participation in this event and for discussions on the important topics that we are going to have that concerns us all. As you know, from 7 to 11 December, UNCDF, in partnership with the Singapore FinTech Festival, is organizing a series of events across multiple countries called Building Inclusive and Resilient Economies in the Digital Era. This event in Dhaka today is one of the satellite events under the series on building inclusive economies in the digital era. Achieving Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 and building back better. These has been our mantra, and we all have been working on these. However, as you all know, the socio-economic impact due to the COVID-19 pandemic has brought in additional perspectives and a sense of urgency to tackle now the various facets of lives and livelihoods that we all are concerned about. And a lens that used to be on inclusiveness, last mile outreach and impact, inequality, digital divide, informal markets, disadvantaged and vulnerable sections of the society, addressing public and private needs, aggressive and immediate needs now of funds and overall lives and livelihoods, and so many other aspects. All of them have become more precarious and needs all our efforts and alternate thinking and strategizing options to build back better for all. And in all that we think about, the future efforts of us that we think, plan, strategize, and want to implement, digital and digital ecosystems are now a mainstream integrated element of our lives and livelihoods. How digital as an enabler allows us to use different channels, products, services, partners, etc., is what we all have been striving to address to achieve the SDGs in an accelerated manner. This event, this Bangladesh event, is all about that, and specifically looks at issues and trends from the lens of the majority segment of the population, the governance and the related implementation aspect that works for this majority segment of the population. Okay. In this event, we are looking at the enterprise segment, and within that, specifically looking at the micro and small enterprises, which has always been the kind of a least entry barrier for the poor and the majority of the population to seek a livelihood from. We want to understand and discuss how this segment, which mostly works in the informal economy space, gets their access and usage options to benefit them in this digital era. Other aspect of enterprise are the employees. And here we would like to look at how to drive for impact, and looking at that impact in terms of the environmental, social, and governance aspects, coupled with digital and finance, can benefit employees. And that to women in specific, who comprises the majority, like in Bangladesh in the ready-made garment sector. And for all of this to happen, investments are needed. COVID-19 pandemic impact has put a huge constraint on resources available with the government to meet its population demands and build the resilient, recovered, growth-oriented economy that we all want and talk about. Hence, how can different sources of funds, which enables people to participate, benefit out of these investments, enable government to use such additional sources of funds, and leveraging digital for all the good it brings about is also what we will talk about in this event today. So welcome you once again to this exciting journey of valuable and insightful discussions for around next 3 hours. And once again, would like to thank our distinguished panelists and speakers and you all for joining us. Thank you. I now hand it over to Ashraf Bhai. Ashraf Bhai, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv Kumar Gupta, for your well-versed welcome address. So now I will request Ms. Tina Jabin, MD and CEO of Startup Bangladesh Limited, to present on the sneak peek on post-COVID-19 ICT roadmap for Bangladesh. Over to Ms. Tina Jabin.
Thank you very much. Pallavi, would you please unmute me if I'm still muted?
We can hear you. You can continue.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. And big thanks to Singapore FinTech Festival and, of course, our colleagues and friends in UNCDF. It is indeed an honor to speak at this very distinguished session. And also to present the ICT roadmap, post-COVID ICT roadmap of our ICT ministry, which is still in draft form, but it will give, I believe, the audience a flavor of how Bangladesh is tackling the challenges of COVID with its technological tool. We are, of course, very, very honored to have with us our very dynamic leader, Honorable State Minister, Mr. Zunaid Ahmed Polok, MP from ICT Division. Thank you, sir. And in our closing session, we will be accompanied and joined by our Senior Secretary from the ICT Division, NM Ziaul Alam. A very good afternoon to all distinguished guests and audience and dignitaries. And let's just dive into our session. So, I think that we all know that COVID pandemic, COVID-19 has taken a toll and really changed the world forever. And the impact and the effect of COVID-19 will stay with us. And what Bangladesh did, just like many other countries, tackled the situation as it came, but also looked at this as an opportunity to accelerate some of the technological innovations, to accelerate the day-to-day adoption of technology in its citizens' lives and in workplace, especially in the government sectors. And I would like to go over the presentation and kind of share it with you. So we are Bangladesh. This is the flag of Bangladesh. Speaks a lot about this country. We are celebrating a very special year in 2020. It is the centennial birth anniversary of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, a very, very special year for us. And at the same time, the country is entering its 50th birthday as a sovereign nation. So Bangladesh in 1971 was a war-torn country just out of liberation, got its liberation. But today, after 49 years, the country has very solid standing, very solid financials and fundamentals. The GDP growth has been consistently over a decade, over 7%. Even during this COVID, the country had positive GDP growth, where in the other regional neighbor countries, it has been negative. The middle class affluent community has been increasing 10%, and we are projecting almost 3.5 million of this MAC population by 2025. We have 98% plus mobile penetration, 62% plus internet penetration, 112 million internet users. So this is a country which is really ready to be engaged with the world economy in a very positive way. And of course, we had to share. This is the launching of Bangabandhu satellite, which is absolutely wonderful. Through this, Bangladesh showed that we are serious about becoming the middle income country by 2021, about becoming a high income country in the next 2 decades. A little bit of background about COVID. I said that in the beginning that COVID actually gave us an opportunity to review things that is not working, and to also become ambitious, to look at this challenge as a way to as an opportunity. So we saw that there is crisis in public health, in economy, in the livelihood, social crisis, lots of mental health issues, all kinds of stuff. But I'm sure that this has been the case in all over the world, in every single country. Probably in a very acute manner, or probably in not so much acute manner. But the thing is, these are the common things that we have seen everywhere. So how did we address COVID challenges? We not only provided solutions during the last 8 months, but we also looked at how COVID challenges needs to be incorporated in our national plans, in our ICT plan and whatnot. So what we came up with is that we need to have digitalization and streamlining in all aspects of our citizens' life. And be it private, be it public, be it the government solutions and the services that we are providing, everywhere, there is a lot to do to streamline, to use technology and to provide solutions and impact people's lives in a good way. That, this is what we mean by that is that, sorry, can you guys all see my screen? I just saw a change in my screen. If you guys can all see it,
yes,
just let me know, and I will continue.
Yes, there is a shade. I mean,
you don't see my screen?
No.
Okay. So probably it went away. So let me go back. Can you see it now? Yeah.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, good.
No problem.
Sorry, I'm having network difficulty, but please let me know if you can hear me or can see my share screen. Thank you. So when we were developing the COVID roadmap, we also looked at our existing ICT policy and what our annual other national goals are. We have certain national plans, such as the 8th five-year plan, our SDG goals, of course, and then we wanted to take those components and kind of incorporate what we have learned during the post-COVID this whole period and what needs to be incorporated in our ICT policy 2021. And when we looked at doing this whole exercise, we included all our partners. So we took this whole of the society approach. We had almost 300 some sessions with our government counterparts, with our citizens, with our startups who are providing all kinds of solutions to in every sectors, digital commerce, and then education and health and whatnot. And we also, had lots of dialogues and workshops with telcos, accelerators, developmental agencies, and whatnot. So we try to look at, try to get feedback from, all the stakeholders. And when we came up with our plan, we came up with this, 16 key action agenda, which is actually going to create ripple effect, a domino effect, within all these very important sectors, important for Bangladesh, across the economy and the society. We wanted to make sure that the impact is very large scale, it's transformational, and in certain cases, Bangladesh wants to do leapfrogging. So, especially in financial inclusion, fintech area, and also in health tech area, we want to make sure that, this is more of a comprehensive roadmap so that we are prepared for future disaster management. We are better prepared about how to, provide the relief operations, the social safety net payments and things such as that. We also wanted to keep in mind our national aspirations, our SDG goal aspirations, and also, things like, financial inclusions. So just very quickly, we looked at 8 cross-cutting themes under 10 thematic areas. Some of the cross-cutting themes, you see it on the screen: digital commerce, startup, freelancing, very important for Bangladesh, as we are the second largest freelancing country in the world. The ICT infrastructure, hardware, software, as we want to be the made in Bangladesh, the manufacturing hub for technology tools with this Made in Bangladesh campaign. And the industry that we wanted to focus on is, of course, agriculture, health and well-being, education, employment, financial inclusion, and such. So some of the dominoes effect agenda, I will go a little quickly over this because, there is quite a few slides. But the important thing is, I want to bring your attention to this circle. And that is, we can talk a lot about technology, all the things that we want to do. But, if we don't give we don't have our last mile clients, if they don't have the digital device, if they are not digitally literate and they don't have access to the internet, we cannot really fully implement all these plans that we have. So we started with, the first thing is that, we want to make sure, we want to come up with a plan where every single citizen will have access to digital device, will have affordable access to the internet, and also digitally literate. They need to know how to use these devices, right? So with that in mind, so as you can see, universal access to digital device and internet. So that is one of our action agenda. And what would be the impact? So other than, to access the education and the livelihood opportunities and healthcare and whatnot through the telemed services, the online education that the Education Ministry is now broadcasting through social media and through the television network, in addition to reduce the digital divide, especially for our 28 million students, but also for everybody all over the country. We are going to reach that last mile client. And the way we want to do it is that we want to launch an universal identity system. We call it UIS, and which is going to be the identity of these users. And through this, they can access all kinds of government services, all kinds of online educations and things such as that. The next thing is universal affordable access to digital literacy. Of course, this is very important, and the government right now is looking into, fourth industrial revolution compliant or compliant in a curriculum. With that, we are already working in installing or constructing thousands of Sheikh Kamal IT incubation centers. We already have more than 5,600 Sheikh Russell digital centers all over Bangladesh. And additionally, for 4IR, we are already working on SHIFT, which is Sheikh Hasina Institute for Frontier Technology. So, basically, digital literacy, and also digital literacy, which is up to the 4IR level, is very important. I don't want to say a lot about the policy and regulations. Obviously, all of this, needs to be somehow, needs to make sure that, we have the right policy. We will also have the right partners. In these cases, the developmental agencies and also the ministries and private-public partnerships, those are already kind of mapped out. But right now, we want to focus on the action agenda and the impact for it. So let's move on. I am going to go a little bit faster. So one of the action agenda is the financial data interoperability, which is very, very important. And, as we want to accomplish, financial inclusion 100%, we need to make sure that, there is financial interoperability. So with that in mind, our ICT ministry, in collaboration with our central bank, is working on a flagship project, which is called the Interoperable Digital Transaction Platform. Our Honorable Minister may speak more about it, but just very quickly, this is an interoperable transaction platform, which is going to be a platform where all the payment services, the vendors, the FMCGs, stores, and also our startups who are providing services in e-commerce, providing services, working with our MSMEs, all of them are going to be onboarded. So this is going to really revolutionize the FinTech industry for Bangladesh. It is also going to provide access for our social protection benefits. Also going to provide, very comprehensive digital financial services for 80 million citizens and 40 million businesses. The government is very keen to provide all its services through digitally, and also this interoperability would be able to provide us that ability where we can seamlessly offer 2,500 plus digital services to our citizens. But one thing is very important to keep in mind, that our MSEs, the cottage industries and the medium and small micro enterprises, there is a big thrust in Bangladesh to develop this sector, because they are kind of the powerhouse to generate a lot of employment. And we are also planning we are proposing an alternative credit rating system. So this is also going to be very, very helpful if we can have this financial data interoperability. Next comes our Made in Bangladesh flagship project and slogan. And this is basically, we want Bangladesh to be the manufacturing hub of digital and IoT devices, not just for the domestic market, but for the export market. Just a few things that has happened during COVID. Walton, in collaboration partnership with Medtronic, they are producing these respirators. And of course, I'm sure a lot of you know about the Samsung story, where Samsung is now producing, has a manufacturing facility in our high-tech park. It's producing one of its latest and very popular mobile phones, the smartphones. So, we want more of this. And that is our Made in Bangladesh strategy. So not just manufacturing, we want our freelancers to be also part of this high-tech freelancers resource platform for the world. And all of it, this whole thing, what it's going to do at the end, it is going to, definitely build up the economic power of the population, and it is going to provide us that economic, the flexibility, so that our every citizen would be digitally connected, digitally literate, and of course, we will see a better Bangladesh, a higher income country in a decade or even faster. Interoperable and connected health management system. This has been an area of a big area where we were challenged, and like many other countries. And we would like to explore how we can bring in technology in our healthcare system, especially the public healthcare system. So we are in the process of working with health ministry and other agencies, relevant agencies, where we can put in the latest technological solutions, so that we can provide our citizens healthcare services, very on spot, very quick, the non-communicable disease type of testing type of services, and also just in general, give the citizens a better healthcare system, so that with economic benefits, economic well-being, the mental and health well-being of every citizen is also enhanced. So then the next agenda we have is basically e-commerce and the digital commodity exchange. I'm just going to cover it together. So basically, technology is definitely going to be the tool for us. Our e-commerce market, it is projected, is going to be more than $1 billion by 2021. So definitely, we need to bring in technology. So and once we bolster this e-commerce market with technology, and we can have a digital commodity exchange, aggregate marketplace, we will bring in almost 5 million formal employment, and also which is going to definitely fuel the economic growth of the country. Also, it is going to provide 30 million the jobs for our 30 million youth and citizens. We are also proposing a national skills registry for both formal and informal economy. So this is basically, again, one of the big focus is to create employment. And the way you create employment is when you actually upskill your current, population. And the way
we have time.
I'm sorry. Oh, I see. Okay, I will wrap it up very soon then. So, just a very quickly, national skills registry for both formal and informal economy. Obviously, it's going to feed into a lot of employment generation. Very quickly on the national policy and agenda for startups, one of the overarching thing in our post-COVID roadmap is we want to plug in startups everywhere. And that's why, our honorable Prime Minister very graciously allocated almost $55 million and launched the Startup Bangladesh, the first VC fund by the government of Bangladesh and the largest VC fund in the country. And obviously, one of our mission is going to drive this policy and also work with our startup community to make Bangladesh one of the, again, a startup hub for the world. And of course, ease of doing business index 50 by 2025. That's one of our ambitious plan. And the last point is that, paperless government. We want to make sure that digitally we are providing services to our citizens, and it should be seamless. And the digital Bangladesh vision will come true through all of these strategies. Very quickly on the implementation timeline. As you can see, 2021, we are doing a big push on the Made in Bangladesh, the startups, and the financial data interoperability. And a very big thank you from all of us. And I would like to invite all of you to join Digital World, which is going to start December 9th. And as you can see, the slogan is socially distanced and digitally connected. Again, thank you so much for letting me speak, and thank you. Good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Tina, for sharing the ICT roadmap for Bangladesh post-COVID ICT roadmap. So now I would like to invite Mr. François Copin, the Global Digital Lead UNCDF, to deliver his keynote speech. The theme of his keynote speech is Building Inclusive and Resilient Nation, Connected Economies and International Cooperation. Over to Mr. François Copin.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraful. I think it's a pleasure to be here today. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
So, Honorable State Minister for ICT of the Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, Mr. Zunai Ahmed Palak, Ms. Tina Jabin, a Managing Director and CEO of Startup Bangladesh Limited, and their participant and viewer of today's Dhaka event. A good afternoon and welcome to the United Nations Capital Development Fund, organized in partnership with the Singapore FinTech Festival on the theme Building Inclusive and Resilient Economies in the Digital Era. So the Dhaka event under this year's Singapore FinTech Festival, I think is the first of its kind due to the COVID-19 pandemic, as this has brought a paradigm shift in the way we are thinking and responding to the changing reality of how we work and how we grow beyond from here. So treating this as an opportunity to expand the festival presence across the globe, so UNCDF, in partnership with the Singapore FinTech Festival, has decided to embrace a new collaborative model to help foster partnership, generate investment, and create really global channels around inclusive information available to all. So as such, there will be satellite events in various cities across the globe. And I think I'm really happy to be today with all of you to be able to open here concerning, let's say, the Dhaka satellite event. So we are collaborating with the Singapore FinTech Festival in multiple countries where we are present, in Africa, in Asia, and the Pacific, with more than 30 sessions to achieve, I think, a common goal of building a community of practice. And we would like to build this community of practice really to be able to build inclusive and resilient. And so we'd like to bring together the markets that are maybe at different stage of their digital transformation journey under a common umbrella to be able to share and learn from each other's experience, build new partnership, and really find avenues for growth. So with this global network of partners, regulators, and I think this tremendous platforms given by the Singapore FinTech Festival, our main objective for this engagement are really to be able to develop this community of practice that could share, let's say, the lessons from, let's say, all countries around the world, around, let's say, leaving no one behind in the digital era. Also use this opportunity to implement a platform for driving investment by connecting startup and investor across, let's say, the different countries. And then also, I think, build the world better in the post-COVID times. And really, especially, we would like to socialize the concept of financial health beyond financial inclusion. And we'll have, let's say, a specific session on this. And last but not least, one of the points is that UNCDF, together with UNDP, is the Secretariat of Digital Financing Task Force. So we really would like also to take this platform to be able to see how we can continue to leverage technology in order to accelerate the financing of the SDG. But let's come, let's say, more specifically about the Dhaka event. And so the Dhaka event is organized with 3 panel discussions on topics that are really highly relevant, I think timely and critical for Bangladesh in the context of Dhaka's journey towards transitioning from LDC, achieving the 2030 agenda and the Vision 2041, that is to become a developed nation by 2041. So we at UNCDF, we are really keen that the Honorable State Minister for ICT, Mr. Zunaid Ahmed, really joined as chief guest to formally open this event. The 3 panel discussions are organized around, let's say, 3 different thematic areas. The first one is about addressing the informal economy needs. It's about, let's say, micro, small, and medium enterprise digital transformation. And really the objective is to see how we can transitioning, let's say, out of informality through the use of digital technology. The second panel discussion is about domestic resource mobilization for SDG-linked investment. And there, I think we're really, let's say, focusing also on some of the results from digital financing task force. The last one is about green and sustainable industry, with a particular focus on ready-made garments. I really encourage all of you present here to participate to this panel, let's say, that will take place after this opening session, because I'm really convinced it will help, let's say, all of us to further advance the agenda of an inclusive digital transformation in Bangladesh. So let's talk about digital transformation in Bangladesh. So the current government Digital Bangladesh vision, I think, proposed to mainstream ICT as a proper tool to eradicate poverty, establish good governance, and ensure social equity through quality education, healthcare, and law enforcement for all, and also to prepare people for climate change. So UNCDF has been a trusted partner of the member state where it works, and especially in Bangladesh, our presence and joint work with the government of Bangladesh dates back to 1976. In 2016, the financial inclusion practice area of the UNCDF has started its journey in Bangladesh, and for the last 4 years has been pursuing the promotion and advocacy for the digital transformation of the economy in line with the Vision 2021 of the current Honorable Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina. So we have joined hands with the ICT division, with A2I, with the Financial Institution Division, and the Bangladesh Bank to foster innovation in areas of emerging issues like digital financial services, interoperability, eKYC, and a specific agenda for micro merchants, micro enterprise, and technology-driven women entrepreneurship development. In 2019, so last year, UNCDF expanded its scope of work from digital finance to inclusive digital economy. And we rolled out, let's say, our new strategy called Leaving No One Behind in the Digital Era. I think with this expanded strategy, our vision is really to promote digital economies that leave no one behind. And our strategic goal is to equip millions of people in the countries where we are active to use innovative digital services in their daily life that will empower them and that will contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goal. So we are working with the government and the private sectors really to be able to identify what are the key market constraints that are really hindering the development of an inclusive digital economy, and work together in seeing, let's say, how we can put in place the right action and activities in order, let's say, for the digital economy to flourish. So the UN Digital Strategy is in line with the vision and aspiration of Bangladesh, and also it coincides with the 8 5-year plans periods of Bangladesh. So in line with this global strategy, also, let's say, my team in Bangladesh apply and draft a specific strategy for the country to focus on the key priorities in the country. It has been recently shared with the ICT division for feedback earlier this year. Also, in order to support the government in the digital transformation, we developed a new tool that we call the Inclusive Digital Economy Scorecard. So the Digital Economy Scorecard, called IDES, is a policy tool to support government in measuring the development of the digital transformation, as well as its inclusiveness. And I think this is critical, as in many cases, digital development without a focus on inclusiveness may leave, let's say, millions of people out of the development and the benefits of, I think, the digital transformation. So we are really eager to build a partnership with the ICT division of the government of Bangladesh, and we would like to support this initiative of the ICT division in its pursuit of building So in the post-pandemic era, cooperation will be key to build a resilient economy. So post-pandemic rebuilding and continuation of development journey should focus on the loss of income, employment and livelihoods sectors, and we must think so more adaptive and highly responsive to a rapidly evolving system. In this backdrop, UNCDF and Singapore FinTech Festival Dhaka Satellite Event brings this opportunity to engage with global community, share experience, and also build global cooperation to build back better, regain the pre-pandemic development journey to achieve the vision. So I really would like to extend my gratitude to the Honorable State Minister, as you have been very interested in the work of UNCDF in Bangladesh. I have known, let's say, from my colleague that you take, let's say, a personal interest in our work and joined us in our event in the past. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I would like to invite all of you to the following panel discussion and contribute a lot by asking a lot of questions and providing feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francois, for your keynote speech. Now I would like to request our Honorable State Minister for ICT and one of the champion of Digital Bangladesh to deliver his speech and open the event for today. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashraf, for your kind introduction. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Bangladesh. I'm delighted to welcome you to Singapore FinTech Festival 2020. It is a great honor for me to deliver a keynote speech at this very important forum. I would like to first thank UNCDF and SSF team for supporting the organization of this festival, and also would like to extend a warm welcome to all the participants, fellow representatives. At the outset, I would like to pay my homage to the founding father of Bangladesh, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who dreamt of a golden Bengal. This year, we are celebrating the centennial birth anniversary of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who laid the founding stones on which our nation is built upon. In 2008, the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina declared the Digital Bangladesh Vision. The Digital Bangladesh Vision, or Vision 2021, is the promise to become a middle-income nation by 2021 by leveraging ICT and a knowledge-based economy by 2041. The Digital Bangladesh Vision is the modern concept of Bangabandhu's Sonar Bangla, or Golden Bengal. The architect of Digital Bangladesh, Mr. Sajib was a joy. The Honorable ICT Advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister strategized her vision and gave us an implementation roadmap to make Digital Bangladesh a reality. The strategic leadership of these three leaders is the guiding light that has helped Bangladesh graduate from least developed nation to a middle-income economy and well in our way to becoming a knowledge economy by 2041. The primary focus of Digital Bangladesh Vision has been on innovation. In 2010, we innovated Union Digital Centers, which is a public-private partnership model for service delivery to the last mile, for which we have received many international awards. In 2010, our leadership had the foresight to understand the impact of mobile financial services, and we approved the policy that led the innovative solution and to the evolution of MFS in Bangladesh, resulting in companies like bKash, which is one of the top mobile financial platforms in the world. Today, during the pandemic, Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina distributed 2,500 taka to over 5 million people using mobile financial platform. This was possible because we already had an ecosystem where almost 90 million people are using mobile financial services. When ride-sharing was getting popular in the region, we supported local startups, and that resulted in our local ride-sharing giant Patao, which has raised over $100 million in foreign investment. In 2015, we launched our national portal, which housed more than 25,000 government websites under one platform, and now currently hosts over 50,000 government websites and thousands of services. In 2015, when we launched the portal, it was a global innovation recognized by WSIS of ITU, because at that time, we were the first to do so at that scale. These are just some of the examples of the open mindset of government of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to invest and nurture in innovation and research. Under the ICT division, we have created an innovation lab, an innovation design and entrepreneurship academy, through which we support R&D projects and startups. Looking ahead, we are focused on developing our youth in the 4 IR stack and are building schools of the future, frontier technology labs at universities, and advanced digital labs in schools and colleges across the country. We are building Center of Excellence on 4 IR technologies and have built business incubators at university level and have undertaken a futuristic program termed SHIFT, Sheikh Hasina Institute of Frontier Technology, to develop the future tech scientists and leaders of Bangladesh. Our growth strategy for Vision 2041 prioritizes our investment in research and innovation. The government is establishing National Innovation Agency, which will work to build an ecosystem and conducive policy environment with the support of industry, research labs, universities, and entrepreneurs. We have also built around 5,000 Sheikh Russell digital labs across the country and are building 8,000 more to help train our youth both at school and college levels. This infrastructure will help us take 4IR skills and knowledge to schools across the Bangladesh. To support innovation and entrepreneurship, we are building Sheikh Kamal IT training incubators in 64 districts. Through the Startup Bangladesh Company and Innovation Design and Entrepreneurship Academy, we have allocated over $45 million to support innovative startups. Our focused investment areas include health tech, edutech, agritech, fintech, biotech, nanotech, robotics, and other frontier technology areas that are driving the change in industries. Last week, the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina approved 5 of our strategies: National AI Strategy, National Blockchain Strategy, National Robotics Strategy, Internet of Things Strategy, and Microprocessor Design Strategy. ICT Division is leading in each of these frontier tech areas in facilitating R&D, skill development, and ensuring the inclusion of these technologies in our national curriculum through discussions with Education Ministry. The impressive work done by United Nations Capital Development Fund in Bangladesh cannot be overlooked. Through its support to Bangladeshi government and Bangladesh Bank, UNCDF has continued to work on promoting an enabling environment for digital financial services. Moreover, they have been continuing to work with one of the most important sectors in Bangladesh, small businesses. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to also thank UNCDF for leading the current efforts that seek to strengthen the collaboration between all critical role players in providing financial services, including banks, the mobile network operators, microfinance institutions, NGOs, partner ministries, and our development partners. To celebrate the centennial birth anniversary of founding father of Bangladesh, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, we have established a Bangabandhu Innovation Grant, or BIG for short, through which we are funding 100 startups from Bangladesh as well as from across the globe. I would like to invite international startups to apply for BIG by January 25th, 2021. As the pandemic continues to threaten economies of the world, Bangladesh is relying on digital technologies, strong infrastructure and facilities, and its digital human resources to steer its way through the new normal. This is not the time to compete, but rather to collaborate to build together a better world for our next generation. So with this, I would like to conclude my speech, and I'm really glad to declare open of this session. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Honorable State Minister for ICT, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, for joining us today and graciously opening this event for us. We think this will forge the relationship between UNCDF and Bangladesh, and more particularly ICT Division and UNCDF Bangladesh team will work jointly together going forward. Thank you for joining. Thank you, sir. So now we are leaving the session. Thank you.
My apologies, I was on mute. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for all the participants of the session joining us via various digital platforms, including Teams, YouTube, Facebook, and other mediums. We have 45 minutes for this important session theme and look forward to all of you engaging. I'm not sure if you have the facility to ask questions or share comments, but it would be wonderful to have your engagement and sharing your experiences and insights as we go through the session on addressing the informal economy needs, micro, small, and medium enterprises digital transformation. Let me start by introducing our esteemed panelists for this session. First of our panel members, Ms. Mantasha Ahmed. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Ahmed. She is the President, Association of Fashion Designers of Bangladesh. Mantasha Ahmed is an eminent SME expert and a successful entrepreneur of Bangladesh. She is the founder president of Association of Fashion Designers of Bangladesh and the president. In August 20, she founded Deshi Balobhashi, an e-commerce platform for small and medium enterprises in the handloom and craft sector. She is also the vice chairman of Hisab Plus, an accounting and financial literacy app for rural women entrepreneurs. Mantasha has BSc in software engineering from Independent University Bangladesh and MA in international relations and contemporary political theory from the University of Westminster, London, UK. Mantasha's employment and professional association records include an advisory role at the House of Lords, London, senior communications expert at BRAC, we all know the largest NGO in the world, managing director of RELAS, and also the former board member of SME Foundation Bangladesh and the Indus Entrepreneurs Dhaka chapter. With years of experience in enterprise development and women empowerment, Mantasha designed targeted training programs for women-led SMEs and enhanced skills of hundreds of beneficiaries in fashion and business management. Her current project on digital transformation aims at providing an integrated ICT solution to empower the rural entrepreneurs with relevant skills. Thank you, Ms. Ahmed, for joining us. Our second panel member is Mr. Dima Dejani, CEO and founder, Alami Technologies Indonesia. Hi, Dima. Thanks for joining us. Dima Dejani is the founder of CEO of Alami, a financial technology fintech startup that acts as marketplace for Sharia finance. Alami is currently focusing on P2P, peer-to-peer financing for small and marketplace for Sharia finance, for small and medium enterprises. And his passion is to ultimately develop Islamic finance industry through innovations. Previously, Dima worked in Citi Corporate Investment Banking Division and Societe Generale Corporate Investment Bank, where he advised the C-suite executives and family offices in Indonesia to tap fixed income or equity investments from banking and capital markets. Moreover, Dima was seconded to the Leverage Finance and Global Capital Management Division in Citigroup Hong Kong to cover Asia Pacific market. Dima is one of the youngest bankers globally who was sent to the Citi Global Credit course in New York, USA. Dima is also active in the Indonesia Islamic finance space by helping to establish Indonesia Islamic FinTech Association, contributing several articles, including lean technology and Sharia finance at islamicmarkets.com, and being speakers at various Islamic or FinTech events, such as the 2017 IFN conference in Jakarta. Dima obtained his executive MBA from INSEAD, where he led Alami to be the runner-up at the 35th INSEAD Global Venture Competition. Thank you, Dima, for joining us.
Thank you, Rajiv.
And a third panel member is Mr. Mohammed Misbah Haq, General Manager, Payment System Department, Bangladesh Bank. Thank you, Mr. Haq, for joining us.
Thank you.
Mr. Haq is General Manager of Payment Systems Department at Bangladesh Bank with central banking experience over 26 years. In his central banking career, he has worked on both on-site and off-site banking supervision foreign exchange policy monitoring, automation of central banking operation, and other related fields. He was actively engaged in transforming age-old manual processes of the central bank to a modern technology-based automated processes. He also played an important role in automating government and other social safety net payments, and we all know about Bangladesh, how it's leading on those areas. Mr. Haq possesses special interest on usage of technology to change the life of people and allowing them to advance economically. As a result, he is involved in starting from automation of core banking system of central bank to the journey towards unified payment interface of Bangladesh. He believes maintaining the right balance between innovation and regulation, collaborating public and private sector, and leveraging the technology, it is possible to accomplish the goal of digital Bangladesh. Thank you, Mr. Haq, for joining us. Thank you. I would also now just give you a brief overview of this important session where we are trying to discuss more on the micro and small enterprises. And we all know that COVID-19 pandemic again has highlighted the poor shock responsiveness and vulnerabilities of cottage, micro and small businesses, particularly the informal businesses. With lockdowns in place, the micro, cottage, small enterprises have faced challenges of various kinds of supply chain disruption, reduced demand, lack of capital, and kind of correct business and health related information. And in informal economy, access to payment services, credit, and other financial services has got severely constrained due to of course, the informal nature of these enterprises and being in the informal economy space. However, COVID-19 has shown also the pathways to accelerate digital transformation to weather such pandemic and build back better. In fact, recently, Bangladesh Bank has introduced a new kind of business account where cottage, micro, small enterprises can open their business account without the high entry barrier of having a trade license. And there has been a lot of efforts and initiatives by the government, different schemes, subsidies, moratorium, tax breaks, looking at working capital financing. So these initiatives have been going on very effectively in some areas, but the informal space has been kind of left out to the desired nature of involvement. And in this backdrop, the objective of the proposed session is to discuss these paradigm shifts, the need of the informal enterprises, and how to formalize and mainstream that with the formal enterprises into a formal financial and within the digital economy that we talk about, and how to leverage this opportunity for digital transformation of the vast majority of enterprises to build back better. So moving ahead with our esteemed panelists today, I would just start with a very generic thing about knowing more about the space you're working on and what you feel is kind of the gaps or the lacunae that we see in this enterprise space. And very specific, I would try to focus on the micro and small enterprise space that we see are more disadvantaged and what needs to be done in the lines of the digital transformation and the inclusive digital economy we talk about. And just mentioning about your initiatives in this space would be wonderful to hear to start with. So, of course, starting with, I would request Ms. Ahmed to have your responses first, and then I'll go to the other panelists. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Ahmed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon from Bangladesh, and my heartfelt greetings to the organizers and the panelists today. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm the president of Association of Fashion Designers of Bangladesh, AFDB, and I'm also the president of Bangladesh India Business Council of Wiki, as Mr. Rajiv Gupta has already mentioned. Bangladesh has a population of over 160 million people, and 49% of our population are women. So today I'll be focusing more on the women entrepreneurs, women-led businesses in Bangladesh and the challenges they face. So the first thing is financing. 25% of our adult population have formal bank accounts, and 75% of those accounts belong to men. So the women, sorry, actually 35% women have bank accounts, so 65% would be men. It has increased in the last few years, the number of women owned bank accounts. So it's still a very low percentage, but still the above the regional average of Southeast Asia for women. So the thing is, most women in Bangladesh are in cottage industry, and cottage industry is actually 80, I think it's 87% of the total businesses in Bangladesh. So it's quite a big sector. And even the informal sector, most of them are in the informal businesses because their businesses are not registered. They don't have trade licenses. They don't have official bank accounts. And there's quite a few reasons for them not to have bank accounts. For example, the daily wage workers, they live from hand to mouth. So at the end of the day, when they go home, they have very little or no money left to put in the account. So some of them think, most of them actually think it's not necessary for them to have a bank account. And then there's household labor. There's family labor. A lot of women help their husbands in the field for farming. So they are not accounted for. They're not part of the salary system. Then there's their literacy level. Lack of literacy, lack of education. These sort of things lead for them not to have bank accounts. And according to ILO, there was a study done in 2010 where they're saying 87% of our population are engaged in informal labor. But I do think that this number has reduced significantly in the last 10 years as there was a big push from the government for paying taxes, and a lot of our farmers were also registered and they were getting stipends through bank accounts. There are women getting stipends through bank accounts. So I think this number has this percentage has reduced. And there's 30 million women borrowers who go to microfinance institutions. That is a very big number. I think almost half of our female population go to microfinance institutions, and they're not properly registered. And for commercial banks, it doesn't really make sense, or it's not feasible for commercial banks to reach out to these women and give them microloans, because most of these women are in very remote areas where these commercial banks don't have branches. So they may have to go and visit their businesses physically, and that is not feasible for them. So I think if we could sort of develop a product, a fintech product that would bring all these women, the MFI women, under the umbrella of a formal banking system, or it doesn't have to be like the regular mainstream bank, but somehow if we could get their data and put them in the system, then I think they would really benefit from it. Because when they go to an MFI, I've met many women taking MFI loans. Most of them take the loan to get their daughters married off or give some money to their husbands. And now to pay off that debt, they'll go to another MFI. And this becomes a vicious cycle. So if we could formalize their banking system, if we could bring them under a formal umbrella through fintech, we would not only get their data, but we would also save them from paying the compounded interest that they're paying through MFIs. So that is the current situation of women in Bangladesh. I can elaborate on these points, but if you want, I'll wait for the next question. I think you need to unmute yourself.
My apologies. No, I was saying thank you, Ms. Ahmed, for this really starting observations. And in Bangladesh, certainly now you have leading MFIs also trying to digitally transform. And that generation of data would really enable to have more of transactions on various products and services. So really a great way forward. Mr. Haq, I want to come to you. And you have been a regulator, and I was just reading your bio and 26 years of wonderful experience in this space. How do you see, the journey has been in terms of kind of mainstreaming the micro and small? In Bangladesh, you do have a definition of cottage, micro and small. enterprises, and what you see the digital platforms and the digital ecosystem is going to enable more and more of these enterprises, this category of enterprises getting mainstreamed into the formal economy so that they are able to get the benefits both from a banking services perspective or both from a government services perspective. So how do you see this sector growing? And as a regulator, what are the changes you see has happened? And what do you think more can happen in this space? Over to you, Mr. Haq.
Yeah, thank you, Rajiv. Thanks for having me in this session. Actually, as Ms. Ahmed has pointed out, that most of the informal sector of the country is still outside the reach of the formal financial sector. And that is one, she mentioned some barriers like not registered, trade license requirement, and the bureaucratic process of having all these documents, and the burden of having tons of documents to open a bank account and other things. So these are the real things. So we have designed several types of product for MSMEs, but actually the informal sector is not getting the benefit of these things because of these roadblocks. So we recently introduced one different kinds of bank account, which we consulted with the financial intelligence unit and then the other regulatory bodies. And then we come up with a solution that, okay, whether we can bring them under the payment ecosystem with more relaxed bank account, bank or MFS account, whatever they want to have. So recently, in last month, we have issued a circular and we announced that, okay, the merchants who are operating in the informal sector can open bank account with minimum document requirement. Like you can, if you have a national ID, if you have the photograph, and if you have a certificate of professions that you are doing this sort of business, then you can open a bank account and receive the payment in those bank accounts. We call them as individual retail account, where there will be no limit for transactions. Yes, there is an upper limit, but it is more than the individual account limit. So if you have a bank account and if you receive the payments in your bank account, and then with these transaction trails, bank can develop the loan product, and they can do the credit analysis, and they can know about your business, and that's how they can develop their product. In our country, there are many entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs who are working in the Facebook. Actually, they're selling their product in the Facebook, what do we call M-commerce and the F-commerce, and then there are M-commerce and other things. So we are targeting these people that if they have an individual retail account where payments, and that payments will create a trail and a database through which the bank can have the formal credit analysis, and then they can develop the product which can be offered to them in order to remove the barrier of access to finance. So that is how we are planning. We have just started. We are encouraging banks to acquire more and more micro merchants who are basically operating in informal sector. You know, there are many people who are actually selling vegetables and fish and other things through a van. So they are not having any fixed address, but they have their identity, they have their ID card, and they have their photographs, and they are as a member of some associations. So we allow them to open an individual retail account with the banks and MFS. So that is how we are progressing. We are confident that we will be able to bring these people within the payment ecosystem, and that payment by bringing them in the payment ecosystem, we'll be able to bring them under the formal access to finance. That's the plan that we are having right now.
Thank you, Mr. Haq. It's really, really nice to hear the kind of developments that's happening in Bangladesh and the kind of efforts the regulators are making to address the needs of micro, small, and medium. It was very interesting to hear about, you mentioned about members of associations. I'll come back to that because it's quite interesting, because a question that arises in my mind is, what can other partners do and what can other institutions do to drive this kind of a registration and a formalization process? Because sometimes schemes are quite good in nature, but sometimes implementation and effectiveness of implementation becomes a question. So I'll come back to that. Thank you for that. And over to you, Dima. Dima, thanks for joining. You have been in the Indonesian space and a fintech space, and specifically now Islamic finance space. It would be really good to hear about how you are trying to address the issues and the financing needs of the small and micro enterprises in Indonesia, and just a big kind of a picture about the constraints that exist in Indonesia market right now and how you're trying to address that through Alami technologies. So over to you, Dima. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Rajiv, for having me. And it's great to share this panel with the other esteemed speakers as well from Bangladesh. My name is Dima. I'm based in Jakarta, Indonesia. So Alami is essentially a P2P platform that operates under Sharia compliance way. We are one of the two Sharia P2P platform that has already been licensed by the financial regulator in Indonesia. So we are focusing on financing the small and medium enterprises. Our product is primarily invoice financing. So the problem with the Indonesian banks, when they go into the SME sector, as we know, there are a lot of sectors that are asset light. They have a good cash flow, they had a good payers. However, they cannot pledge their house or factories as an asset. Hence, they couldn't get any bank financing. So this P2P industry is really growing, and one of the major drivers is through that invoice financing product. So we're lending invoice financing product or factoring in a Sharia compliant way to as our bread and butter. Our next product would be on the community financing side. So the association part is actually very intriguing for us as well, because the Indonesians, they are actually, a lot of them are grouped into different communities. So when we tap into certain communities, then even in urban areas, they have some sort of moral obligation towards their loan as well. So this is something that we would like to kind of explore on how the moral obligation, especially when it comes to the Islamic communities, vis-a-vis their obligation to repay their loan. So that is one. And second is we are also doing community financing. So we are in partnership with an IoT company, a fishery IoT company to be exact, whereby we are finance the fish farmers. So informal sectors, there is no entity, and all of the data are captured by this IoT company, and we are working together with them, integrating our API so that we can afford a higher risk appetite compared to the banks, while at the same time maintaining our default rate. So I guess that's pretty much what we're doing right now. And going forward, we're trying to actually acquire small banks so that we can also provide the savings product for these SMEs in the informal sectors, because under this pandemic, we see there are just a lot of people, be it from rural area or even urban areas, that's trying to come up with a side business. And typically they just doing it for some doing it because they really want to have extra income. Some just doing it to follow the trends and then make just a little bit of money. But they ended up doing it full time because apparently there's a lot of social things going on to help each other with their small business, home business. So I guess this is an area that we would like to capture as well. And a lot of them are actually trying to embrace a more Islamic lifestyle here. So that's why I think the Islamic finance industry in Indonesia is actually going through a steep curve in the next 3 to 5 years.
Thanks, Rima. That's really wonderful to hear. I would like to dig a bit deeper. It was really interesting to hear about, the element of community financing that you were talking about and the partnership with the IoT company. It seems to be a way where you have these informal enterprises that can be aggregated through a third-party accredited institution like the IoT company. And reach out to them in terms of financing. But the case I think you pointed out was more about fish farmers, right? So these are kind of individual fish farmers. Do you think that these kind of models and applications can be used for, the warungs in Indonesia, the whole informal vendor micro space of vegetable sellers that was being talked about, or the small shops, micro merchants that we talk about. So what are you thinking about that? And do you think that's one way of kind of integrating them into the supply chain or integrating them into the financing mechanisms? And do you think there are such third-party companies out there or entities that can support you in this?
Absolutely. I think there are just a lot of startups coming up in different verticals targeting the supply chain and with the end goals of linking it up to financial institutions that hopefully they can have a revenue stream for providing access to finance. So we're looking at, we are partnership with fish farmers, but we have also those for vegetables, especially during this pandemic. There are a lot of less people going to the groceries. They just order it through a lot of these vegetable apps, and it's keep on growing. And even the big rate-hailing apps are actually doing this as well, and on top of the e-commerce. So from my own perspective, what's beautiful about these sort of companies is that they specialize. For example, these IoT fishery companies, they actually have a device to kind of filter the amount of feed to be given to the fishes, because apparently if you give too much, then obviously it's not economically sensible, but then the fishes are also going to be suboptimal, and at the same time if you're doing too less, and they can also predict the weather and everything with some sensors. So we like these technologies about them because they're specializes into things that will help us to increase our risk appetite so that we know the industry a little bit better. We are also in discussion with some of the aggregator for the warungs or the small food stalls by the streets. So they're helping a lot of these warungs in Indonesia to be digitalized and helping them in terms of also the supply chain. So what we're trying to do is to link these fishery companies with these warungs as well, because some of these warungs also purchase fishes. So the idea is if we can finance the upstream, which is the actual farmer who produced the fish, and then all the way down to the customer's mouth who buy this fish in the warung being cooked. So this is ultimately some of the supply chain that we're targeting, so we know where the risk is and how far we can go by extending different types of financing to them. Obviously, technology plays a very important role and be able to integrate, meaning that running this business very efficiently, but at the same time very prudent as well. So we like to partner with this kind of companies, and I guess this is the way financial inclusion would be further pushed forward in Indonesian market, in my opinion.
Thank you, Dima, for this. And I would just take this conversation we had with Dima to Mr. Hart to you. And the interesting element was when you were talking about this new regulation coming in, you also kind of mentioned about, if I heard correctly, you mentioned about the member associations role in terms of registration and getting them formalized. I would like to hear more about what your thoughts are on that, and of associations, or in fact NGOs or implementing partners or development partners like us. What role can we play to really accelerate the implementation of the regulation you have brought about, and what are your plans around this in terms of taking this forward in terms of implementation? If you can let us know more about it. Thank you.
Yeah, Rajiv, basically what we have introduced a kind of different kind of bank account where you can receive your business, you can do the business transactions in those accounts. So basically, in order to open those accounts, the previous regulations was you have to have the registration, you have to have the trade license, you have to have some other, let's say, contract between the landowner and with the merchant. So those are the requirements. But what we are now saying that, okay, you need only national ID and then a photograph and a certificate from any association or local government or anybody who can certify, yes, this is the profession of this person. Because, we are basically creating the account in favor of a business in the name of the business owners. So that is why we need to know what is the actual business is. That is the reason we have put the requirement that, okay, the association can play a role in these areas. That as you see, there are 500,000 entrepreneurs in the Facebook who are selling their products. So mostly they are in the areas of Ms. Ahmed's domain. Actually, they are selling their boutiques. So if they have any certification from this sort of association that, yes, this is a person who is dealing with this thing, and that will give us the assurance, yes, we are opening the account of the appropriate person. And this is why we have kept the provision of that certificate. And you can have any sort of certifications from any professional bodies. If it is a grocery market association, market owner association, it will be fine. If it is a fashion designer association, it will be fine. If it is a certificate from the local representative, it will be fine. But there should be some declaration of professions. That is our objectives. And we want to ensure that this account belongs to that person.
Thank you, Mr. Ed. This is really inspiring and encouraging. We have been working with, Bangladesh Dukan Malik Samiti, where most of all the micro merchants are members of it. So this is really going to benefit these associations, through this association, the micro merchants and enterprises as we go forward. A big, huge role for the associations to play in this now. So thank you for that. And coming to Ms. Ahmed, thanks for highlighting the needs, and you also touched on the microfinance sector space, and you have been working in the kind of financial and digital literacy space also for enterprises. What do you think is the need for the level of digital and financial literacy for women enterprises? And also because you work in the apparel sector, and there's a lot of enterprises that are part of it. And that's one of the growth sectors in Bangladesh. Even if I talk about just those women enterprises in that space, what do you see as gaps on the skill side, on the capability side, that will enable them to use and transact more on the digital platforms that we are talking about?
Thank you. The handicrafts and handloom sector is actually the second largest employment generating sector in Bangladesh after farming. So there's a lot of women and men involved in that sector, but the number is declining quite significantly every year. There's lots of issues there as well, lack of patronage, and then, competing with the international market and all that, machine-made products. We've started the page Deshi Bhalobashi. It's now becoming a website. We're integrating the payment gateway systems on the 10th. So I'll talk about a few challenges that we faced. Initially, a lot of my members who are from very remote areas, and they're very, very small entrepreneurs or, cottage industry members, they came to me and said that, when the lockdown started in Bangladesh in March, we were having our Bengali New Year and Eid in a few months, and those are the two biggest festivals in Bangladesh. And most of the entrepreneurs and weavers, artisans, they all create at least 60 to 70% of their inventory focusing on these two festivals. So because of the lockdown, they could not sell their products, and they were stuck with a very large inventory. So that's when we, thought of creating a web-based platform, because people are not going out still. They prefer buying things online. And even before the pandemic, some very large international, businesses like Toys R Us, they started their online operations. It's more effective. They, they can reduce costs. There's so many advantages. But in Bangladesh, there's so many people. We like to mingle with each other. We like to go out, and shopping is just, part of our lifestyles. So we prefer to go to shops physically, in person. But the pandemic has taught us that, we can also shop online, and we can still have products delivered to us at a convenient time, and the quality will remain the same. So this kind of pushed our entrepreneurs to open their shops online, like mostly on Facebook. We have a very big e-commerce industry in Bangladesh. When we were collecting products, and then we asked our entrepreneurs to send photographs of their products. And that was one of the biggest challenges we had. Although it's a very simple thing, taking pictures of your products. But a lot of women had challenges taking good quality photographs, because we'll upload them on the, when you buy something from the website, you see the photograph and then you buy it. So if the photograph is not good quality, you don't really accept it. So we give them photography training, and then we opened e-shops for them. Currently, we have on our website, we have about 18 vendors, 18 e-shops, but we have 70 vendors connected with us. And the rest of them really are not familiar with the technology, and they're saying, Appa, they call me Appa. Appa is like sister. So Appa, can you please open the shop for us? We're not able to do it. So then we took another strategy, which is currently ongoing, that we pair them up with someone from the new generation. It could be their son or daughter or a neighbor's kid, who's friendly with internet and Facebook and all that. So we're getting them to help these entrepreneurs. So these are some of the basic challenges. And I think the pandemic has taught us that technology can be a solution to all these problems, like the 30 million microfinance borrowers. If we could create an app and get, for example, there's an app called Tali Khata in Bangladesh, which is basically a very simple app for vendors or, self-employed people. They can keep track of their, grocery stores, they can corner shops. They can keep track of their daily transactions and balance payments and all that. And at the same time, we get their data. But why do they use this app? Why do most people like bKash? Because these are simple apps. When they have a mobile phone, they can access bKash, they can access Tali Khata. So I think it's very, very important that we give our women access to mobile phone and mobile data, because many of the households have only one mobile phone, and that is generally used by the male member of the family. And that is where the women are facing challenges. So it's a very simple problem, which has a simple solution. The mobile phone should be more available at a cheaper price. There should be no tax VAT on these and mobile data. Yes, I think these are some of the solutions. And if you ask me what the government and development partners can do, of course, there's a lot to do. First of all, I think the definition of MSMEs need to be revisited, in terms of how many people they will employ, what size of loan they can avail, what should be their financing, what should be their return, because there's quite a big gap between each sector. So when someone graduates from cottage to micro, she may not have enough capital to start a micro business, but I think those gaps should be revisited. And then the loan procedures certainly should be more simple. And Mr. Mesbah is here. He very nicely explained the great initiative that Bangladesh Bank is taking at the moment. But I think if there was a way of banks to sort of virtually visit these women's shops or businesses who are in remote areas, that would probably make things easier for them instead of physically visiting them. And from my association, I have endorsed 3 of my members to get loans. So, there are many associations, but there's also people who are outside the reach of associations and chambers. How to bring them under this umbrella. And there's absolutely no other alternative to fintech apps, like innovative fintech packages. And to create awareness, you have to sit with them. You have to talk in their language. You can't talk to them formally. So when you go to a village, for development partners, I'm saying, if they want to do a training program, for example, let's say, they will have to hire someone local, someone these women know, and then go to their households and then, go with the brochures and tell them what benefits they're getting. They need to know how they are benefiting from creating a bank account or how they're benefiting from joining a group. So those are, I think, they're very simple things to do, but these things need to be done.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And it still shows that whatever digital we talk about, that human interface and that value proposition is also very important to bring to the customers. So I think we are nearing time of a session. And what I would like is just to give you a 1-minute space to give your final comments, observations, insights. The question is very simple. As per your experience and as per the industry that you represent, what are the 2-3 critical factors that you see needs to be worked on, either by the public or the private sector, to really address the issues of the informal, micro and small enterprises and onboard them into the digital transformation space? So over to Mr. Haq. Sorry, Mantasha, Ms. Ahmed, please, yeah. No, you wanted to say something?
No, it's okay. I'll talk after Mr. Mesbah.
Okay. Mr. Haq, over to you.
Basically, from my point, from my point of view, Rajiv, both the public sector, private sector, regulators has to work together in order to bring this informal sector to the formal sector, because we have created the environment. Now it's the due responsibility of the association and the banks to come up with the right kind of product, and the operator who are working in the payment area and in the financing area. So this is one thing that all of us has to work in a coordinated manner, so that we can bring the desired result that we are expecting to see. And you have to bring this informal sector to the formal economy. Otherwise, you cannot have that sort of impact in the economy which we are perceiving and which we need to achieve in order to go forward.
Okay. I think the video. Mr. Haq, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So you were saying something else, or?
Basically, this is the coordinated effort between the public sector, private sector, regulators, and everybody. And we have to work together to bring these people in the formal financial system.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
the
And I
thing I
think
want.
that's a very important point on the public-private partnership platforms that we always try to encourage, and that is needed in a particular economy. Dima, over to you for your final thoughts.
Sure. I tend to agree. Also, I guess public-private sector partnership would be very badly needed to help the MSME. But I would like to suggest a more pragmatic approach, which is probably more timely matter, which is I think we need to move some of this impact funds, those either debt or equity, to be really actively looking, because I guess at the end of the day, and I'm probably coming from more capitalist background, is that this force, which if it's intended for good, I think at the end of the day, it will create a financial inclusion. And obviously the government side need to also monitor and facilitate when it is used for the benefit of the society. So I guess I would like to send my message to all of the impact funds out there that there is a huge opportunity where you can make money and also make a difference, and be bold and in innovative area. So I guess that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Dima. Thanks a lot. And that's always a push and a pull, but that's a very important suggestion that's needed for the market and driving the impact funds to have the triple bottom line. And that's where I think now we have been talking about blended finance and how, the kind of ODAs and the grants can also be used to really leverage and bring impact capital with a return and a commercial return or a partial commercial return. Thank you for bringing that point out. Very important. Ms. Ahmed, last thoughts from you and the last voice from you.
Yes, thank you. I think from the government side, from the Bangladesh government side, if we could have a very like an integrated saving schemes for the women through fintech, which they can operate or monitor and manage from their own mobile phones, that would be really fantastic. Because when a mother saves some money, she usually invests it in her children's future. So that would really be an incentive for them also to join fintech. And I think from the regulator's point of view, if there was like a fair competition among the tech companies to come up with innovative products, because there are some big players. There are big players everywhere. But there should also be space for innovative players, players with innovation and good products that are suitable for our simple rural women. And I think that a priority should be given to women in the cottage industry, because when women work from home, especially rural women, I think it also solves their socio-cultural problems. They're staying home, they're looking after their in-laws and children, and they're also working at the same time.
Right.
But for that, we really need to strengthen the supply chain. We need to strengthen the manufacturing sector, particularly because during COVID, a lot of people suffered due to lack of raw material supply. So if those things could be taken care of, that would be really great.
Thank you. That's a very important point. And in fact, one of our esteemed speaker, Tina Jabin, is also there in this whole event. And Startup Bangladesh, I think, is a very great effort in that direction. Thanks a lot on behalf of UNCDF and the Singapore FinTech Festival. Really, it was a pleasure having you three speak about it and share your experiences and insights. I believe the participants would have also enjoyed this whole discussion. Thank you all once again, and we'll close the session now. Thank you. Have a nice day and a nice evening. Bye.
You. Thank you.
welcome viewers, participants, honorable panelists and moderator to this second panel of the day, the Dhaka event of Singapore FinTech Festival and UNCDF joint initiative. The second panel is on leveraging digital solution for mobilizing domestic savings towards SDG investment. The panel will be moderated by Maria Perdomo. She is the regional manager of UNCDF Regional Digital Hub for Asia. Maria provides strategic vision and technical support to develop inclusive digital economies that can unlock private finance for all and support the achievement of SDGs in this region. In her previous role as Youth Finance Lead, Maria brought access to financial services to close to 1 million youth, of which 60% are young women and girls. Her portfolio grew from 8 to 13 countries and from USD 12 to USD 20 million from 2015 to 2020. She enjoys building and leading innovative strategies and partnership to reduce the gender gap and address the obstacle to achieve young women and girls' economic empowerment. She has worked with policymakers, banks, mobile money operators, fintech, and developers of digital solution, youth serving organizations and NGOs across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. She has a master's degree in international affairs and economic development from
by 2025, which means the flow of ODA and concessional loans will be restricted, and interest rate of foreign loans will rise manifold. Bangladesh started to invest in SDGs since 2017-19, and it resulted into an increased infrastructure allocation in the national budget. In 2018 and 19, the infrastructure budget stood at $20 billion. As a result of incremental SDG investment requirements, the budget will go up to approximately $150 billion by 2030. Currently, 64% of infrastructure budget is being financed through ODA, concessional loans and non-concessional loans, while the rest is financed by internal sources. There is a need for the country to mobilize further capital to invest into SDGs. This is even more important than ever today within the context of COVID-19. In the absence of constrained external fund sources due to the impact of COVID-19, countries, and especially low and middle income countries, need to develop a mechanism for long-term development financing by mobilizing internal sources within the next few years. Domestic and tap micro savings can be one of the sources for financing development budget. Only 4% of domestic formal savings is being invested in infrastructure at present from formal savings, whereas there are 39% of adults who are saving through informal channels. And tapped pocket like remittances, savings, zakat, and wakaf funds can be tapped to finance SDG achievements. The digital ecosystem is also ready to be tapped for this resource mobilization to take place, with Bangladesh being the 5th largest mobile market in Asia and the Pacific, with 35 million active mobile financial service users out of 75 million being registered and having overall 90 million internet subscribers. How can health education, water and sanitation, roads, bridges, storage facilities, etc., kind of growth infrastructure be supported by leveraging domestic resources in this financially constrained environment to achieve SDGs? Our panel will exactly discuss today that issue. But first, Before we start the discussion, I'd like to invite our fellow panelists to introduce themselves. So Dirk, please go ahead and introduce yourself. I think you're on mute.
Good morning from Belgium. My name is Dirk van Sint-Jan. I'm a co-founder and board member of a renewable energy cooperative in Belgium called EcoPower. And for EcoPower, I'm the president of the European Federation of Citizen Energy Cooperatives, which is called RESCOP EU. We represent now about 1,500 of these initiatives and about 1 million European citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dirk. Colin, can you please introduce yourself?
Thank you. My name is Colin Tafmane. I'm founder and CEO of Escrow Group, which operates in Africa. In 11 countries in Africa, we provide digital platforms to facilitate financial inclusion by both the demand side, that is small and medium enterprises seeking capital, and also giving access to investors from small retail investors to institutional investors. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. And then my last speaker for today, Anir, can you please introduce yourself?
Thanks, Maria. My name is Anir Chaudhary. I'm the policy advisor of the Aspire to Innovate program of the government of Bangladesh, which started in Prime Minister's office about 13 years ago, and now operates from the Ministry of ICT and the Cabinet Office together, but it spans across the entire government, supported by UNDP and several other donor partners, such as Gates Foundation and many others. Focus is on digital transformation of the entire government service delivery. The aspect that's relevant to today's discussion is the promotion, enablement, and policy reform for digital financial services for the entire citizenry. That's what I'll be discussing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anir and colleagues. So let's hit it with the first question. In your opinion, and maybe I'd like Anir to answer this question, what prospects micro savings have in crowding in domestic resources for SDG-linked investments?
Maria, thank you. I think you started the introduction where you already introduced the audience to a number of very critical data. So $20 billion that we need this year for infrastructure investment for SDGs, and that number will actually go up $150 billion in 10 years, in 2030. So it's actually going up. You mentioned about 64% from ODA and external resources, but that number has come down. I mean, we actually have seen that external borrowing is getting costlier, and also what we have seen is that it's already costly compared to domestic resources, so about 15 to 20% costlier already, and it's going to go up. With the COVID situation, it's actually going to become worse, that we have already seen that countries that we depend on for external resources are fighting their own COVID battles for health, for new kinds of social safety nets in their own countries. So we realize that we have to depend on more and more domestic savings. So that's what we're doing currently. So the good news is that there is a lot of domestic savings that's untapped right now. And the number is actually quite high. We're looking at over $60 billion that's in formal savings just this year. About over $40 billion that's in informal savings that go under the mattress, essentially. Then about $15 to $20 billion in remittances that come from about 10 million workers that we have in many different countries around the world. And last but not least, we also have a significant amount of zakat that goes into mostly unproductive flows, basically. So we can harness that as well, and that's over $2 billion. So if you add all of this, we're talking about maybe $120 billion just this year that can be harnessed for SDG investments. And this number is about to, will double in the next 10 years. So we're talking about maybe $240 to $250 billion in the next 10 years. So significant domestic savings and zakat and remittances that can be harnessed. And the question is, how do we do that? And that's where digital crowdfunding is one element that we're looking at. So on one hand, we have, as you mentioned already, mobile financial services is one of the hottest growing markets in Bangladesh, even if you compare it to the rest of the world. Internet is on the rise. Digital literacy has extended. I mean, if you look at maybe 12 years ago, we went from less than 1% of internet use population, now over 60% of the people that use internet now. So it's rapid rise. Mobile money has skyrocketed in the last 4 or 5 years. So these are all the elements that we can actually leverage. So the crowdfunding, the idea that we have developed since last year, is that we allow small savers. So we're talking about micro savers around the entire country. So a rickshaw puller, a street vendor that could probably put in maybe $1 to $2 every day, or maybe at the end of the week, maybe $5. They won't wait till the end of the month to put in large amount of money because they'll spend it. So if they can have a mechanism to, just like a top up for mobile phone, just like a mobile money remittance that they send from one place to another, they can actually put it in savings. And they have a lot of formal and informal savings that can be harnessed for this. All these micro savings go into a mega savings. And then a money manager takes that into mega investment for SDGs. So we need $20 billion this year, and we have $120 billion that is untapped. So the math is simple, but the devil is in the details, actually. So how do we actually do this? So during COVID, we launched a platform called Agdesh, which means one country in Bangla, our language, national language. And it basically harnessed a small donation. So we just wanted to test out our theory of whether we can harness small investments or small savings in the form of donations. In this case, obviously, they're not going to get it back, but we wanted to test out our platform, and it was very successfully tested. We had a large number of donations coming in the order of thousands for $10 to $12 each. And that basically made the bulk of the donations. That was then channeled with a number of money managers who managed food, who managed medicines, who managed other community projects in the areas where we needed it the most. So the theory is proven out, and there are many actors in this. And a micro saver or a micro investor in this case can actually specify where this money will be invested in. So whether it'll go to a diagnostic center, it'll go to a school, it'll go to a bridge, and the financial literacy will also be important here, so that the investor or the saver understands where this money will go and how he or she will get the return. Maybe I'll expound on that a bit later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, very interesting model, and we see how definitely we're using technology to increase that mobilization of domestic saving, which is critical. Now, give me, in your opinion, what are those critical elements of your program for successful implementation? You always talk about financial literacy, but maybe you want to say maybe another factor of success for the implementation of the program?
So if we look at it, let's say for the perspective of the micro savers, so two things are important. I'm going to simplify this. I mean, I won't go into many details, but simplify it. So the first is a platform that is easy to use. So something that they can actually, with their low digital literacy, they can start using. But financial literacy is very important. So the money that used to be under the mattress, it's going to go into an investment and will disappear for some time and may come back with some dividend or with some interest, but they have to understand that. So the financial literacy is very important. Then on the right side of the equation is the investment that's being made and the instruments that we have to create. In the middle, we need money managers. So just in the case of COVID, donations, somebody had to manage those donations. So it could not be channeled from a micro donor to somebody in the beneficiary circle directly. So somebody had to manage that. Somebody had to basically make sure the returns will be done in the case of investments. So we need a money manager. In the case of COVID, we had money managers who manage donations, number of them. But in the case of micro investments, we'll actually bring in different type of money managers in this whole ecosystem. And then regulators have an important role to play, both the telco regulator and the regulator who regulates the banking and the mobile financial services industry, so our central bank. So both regulators have to work together to make sure that this happens. So there are many different segments or many different actors. So central bank, the number of banks and mobile money operators who actually will provide the financial literacy, then money managers of different kinds that we're talking to right now who will actually do this. And obviously several government agencies will also be involved in this whole space as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So a strong money manager, right? Obviously working very closely with the regulator, right? So that we can ensure that there's the right policy in place to make it to flourish, so that the innovation can flourish. And then of course, financial literacy, as we had said at the beginning. Now, let's change a little bit gears and let's go with Dirk, sorry. What business model, in your opinion, can ensure safe and secure returns to the small savers and small investors? We saw one already, but please, if you can expand on that, Dirk.
Yeah, so it seems as history is repeating itself. So from the 19th century on, citizens and laborers, they united, they brought their money together to do something about the problem they had. It might be food at an affordable price, or culture, or whatever. So now also we see this rise of crowdfunding also in Europe, and to me, it's always been very close to what we do as a cooperative. So my cooperative, for instance, was created at my kitchen table here in an old mill. We had to renovate. It was a national monument. And we started with 10 people. And now, almost 30 years later, we are 60,000 people. On average, our members, they contributed €1,000 to the cooperative. We have installed solar panels, hydropower stations, a lot of wind turbines as well. And we now produce enough electricity for about 55,000 households in Belgium. But most of our members, they only contributed €250. So we see that these people, they couldn't probably afford solar panels on their roofs, which used to be very expensive. Now quite it's cheaper, let's say, but it's still 10 times more than their contribution to the cooperative. So by bringing a lot of people together with a small amount of money in a cooperative, this works, and we see that across Europe there are now more than 3,400 of these initiatives, and where there's giving an enabling framework, a good environment created by the government and the regulator, this can thrive. So the cooperative model is a good model, but of course it's not a guarantee that it works well, because it's also people who are doing it, and you can have good people and people are not that good. So a unique business model that guarantees success is not present. But let's say that the cooperative model, which is not for profit in its essence, is a good model to tackle climate change, to tackle the energy transition we're in now. And the main message I want to do is the energy transition is a unique chance for citizens to take ownership of the energy production of the future. We must stop spending money on oil and gas and coal, even on uranium, and turn to our own renewables, be very efficient with it. And then the money that now flows out of our economy, out of our local economy, out of our own pocket, it stays in our local economy, in our national economy, and it accumulates. So we have now to invest to stop spending money on fossil fuels, and this is a unique chance for citizens to take control, and that's what we want to do with energy cooperatives. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you very much, Dirk, for that. Indeed, cooperatives are a very, very good model, and this could be, in fact, one of the best business models for these type of initiatives. Now, let's go to the next question. Colin, how can private and impact investment can leverage through initiatives of this type?
Thank you. I think looking at it in terms of the various models, there is one major infrastructure that is usually underutilized when it comes to impact investments, financial inclusion, and that is the stock exchange infrastructure, which traditionally has been designed to speak largely to the top end of the investment community. But we are looking at a situation where we combine that concept with the digital platforms that have come up so that you create a proper ecosystem. What that ecosystem does is to bring the demand side and the supply side together. That is when you look at the investor side, the micro savings and all that, and all these are channeled through digital platforms and are then structured around an exchange infrastructure which has built-in mechanics to protect investments, to ensure that only qualifying projects are actually invested in, and also to ensure ongoing accountability of the investments. Through that exchange infrastructure, you would then be able to accommodate both public sector infrastructure requirements as well as private sector investment requirements. For an example, we were involved in the project in Kenya where the government, for its infrastructure need, attempted or piloted a situation where they could mobilize small investments, just as Amir had mentioned, utilizing mobile money and mobile money platforms, and came down to issuing a bond at an entry level of $30 per each investor. And in the pilot phase, they were able to raise about $10 million for government infrastructure projects. About 500,000 citizens registered to actually make that investment. And the government then came up with a lot of incentives, like removing tax on interest from the investment. So when you look at that, the ecosystem then revolved around stock exchange infrastructure, where the competence and also the suitability of the investment was analyzed by an infrastructure that is designed for that purpose. So for that reason, it will then make it possible for investors, for development finance institutions, for fund managers who are not only looking at just the impact, but also a financial return, not only now, but in the future. So that accountability and infrastructure is what could probably be the link that connects all the dots and all the facets and sides of the investment cycle. Thank you.
Very, very interesting. In fact, having mobilized $10 million already for infrastructure projects is indeed impressive. Now, what are some of the lessons learned and how development partners, public and private sector, support such initiatives through blended finance models? Maybe Colin, you want to give it a shot, and then other colleagues, as they, yeah?
Thank you. So in the financial ecosystem, there's been this conflict between financial inclusion and making sure everyone is taken on board versus the growing tightening of controls, anti-money laundering, KYC, and all that. So some of the lessons learned are that the design of the risk management framework that is designed for illicit financial activities then has a tendency of undoing the efforts to financially include citizens. For example, to get into the financial system, then you are taken through a whole process of meeting a very stringent requirements. And some of the lessons learned are that there has to be a framework that recognizes such shortcomings, so that you don't scare away the very target market that you want to firstly include and also benefit in an expanded financial services infrastructure. So appropriate regulations, regulations that are also in line with the digital developments, and uniformizing regulations so that you do not have multiple regulators all loading their regulatory demands on a section of the community that is not yet literate in terms of financial services. Then increase connectedness and inculcate also education amongst the people to also be patient in terms of patient long-term returns, and then buttress all this by financial literacy and education. Thank you.
Again, either in Africa or in Asia, the issue about regulation and making sure you have the right regulation in place so that you can innovate properly is key. And again, the issue of financial literacy is very, it resonates with participants, with panelists, and is at the center of the model as well. Any other things that would like to be added by other panelists? Any lessons learned that you would like to share? Maybe Dirk or or Anir.
Well, we talked about regulation. I think Colin talked about regulation quite a bit. Maria, you also, you used the word right. So the right regulation, but I would also add regulation at the right time. Now, often what happens is because we want to protect, so from a risk management standpoint and anti-money laundering, terrorist financing, so all these issues that sort of, I think, straitjacket us sometimes, that we impose regulation probably at the early stage of an innovation. So what that happens, what that does is you stifle the innovation. So sometimes you need to have some innovation at play, maybe set the boundaries. So maybe some kind of a regulatory sandbox or some kind of a fencing so that you don't go out of, so all kind of experimentation is boxed within that fence and you don't incur undue risk. But you do have to allow some experimentation because if you over-regulate too early, then experimentation doesn't happen. And we don't have all the answers. So the platform that I talked about, we'll have to do a lot of experimentation with that. And we took COVID as an example opportunity. A lot of crisis and we needed to mobilize donations. And we said, okay, why don't we just test the platform and see if the technology works, the whole theory works. So on the demand side, we had communities that needed these donations for COVID support, people becoming new poor, losing jobs by tens of thousands on a daily basis. And on the supply side, we had small donors who were willing to support, but didn't have a very easy to use and cost-effective way to make that donation. For let's say they want to donate $10, they want to donate $5. How do they do that to a particular community? So that was the bridging that we did, and we used this crisis period as a time where there was no regulation. So there was no regulation for crowdfunding, and we said, okay, why don't we try this out? And we did. And the regulator did not really, because the regulator had other business to worry about. So we tested this out. So I think basically what I'm trying to say, and regulators who are listening, I think should keep an open mind that we want to have innovation, experimentation, give us some answers to questions. We have the questions, but we may not have the right answers yet. And if you over-regulate, we may not ever get the right answers. So that's basically what I'm trying to say. So don't over-regulate, don't regulate prematurely.
No, absolutely. And I was personally invited as a speaker last week by the Nepal Rasta Bank, and there were all the central banks in the region. And one, in fact, a very lively discussion was in regards, well, the the linkages between financial inclusion and financial stability, and obviously regulation for fintech came into the question, right? And I think this is that we need to think about the right regulation, but we need to also think about the need for innovation, right? Because we cannot, it is not the time to put brakes on financial inclusion. On the contrary, it is a time to go deeper, right? In particular right now where COVID-19 poses so many challenges in so many fronts, and it proves once and more that digital needs to be given the proper place, right, in the economy, so that we can definitely innovate more and mobilize more savings and contribute more and more to the achievement of the SDGs. So I think that it's indeed very, very important. Dirk, you want to maybe say something about lessons learned? Yes, sorry.
So I was just pointing to the vaccine development. I mean, regulation did not allow us to develop vaccine anywhere less than maybe within 5 years, 7 years, perhaps. But we are developing in months now. Right? So that's a good example of
very good analogy. Yeah, analogy. Yeah.
Because our back's against the wall. It's a life and death situation.
Absolutely.
We in Europe.
Dirk, you perhaps want to say something.
In Europe, we often use the image that often regulation are made for the big players, and we with the energy cooperatives we introduced at the European Commission the image we're cyclists and we need a bike lane for what we do. Don't force us to drive on the highways among the trucks and the very fast cars. We need a proper, also when they tender support, we have to compete with, for instance, a small energy community have to compete with their solar panels on a school with a big company who has thousands of projects and who can buy solar panels cheaper. So in order to allow citizens and groups of citizens to energy communities to take initiatives and to speed up the energy transition, we have to have appropriate regulation, and we need bike lanes. So for our projects. So that's also we're also confronted with these regulations on laundering of money. But if you are a cooperative with 60,000 members and they want to know who is the final beneficiary, it's a lot of work to input all these details. Yeah.
No, definitely. Maybe add something to close.
Sorry. You broke up a bit. I guess you are referring to me?
Yes.
Okay,
I was asking if you wanted to ask, if you wanted.
Yes.
Something to close.
Yeah. So I just wanted to add that in all this, when it comes to enabling environment to make this initiative have the right impact and reach the intended targets audience, the regulators, policymakers, governments, and all that, they probably don't have much to fear, except that they need to also catch up with the developments in the technology, in the fintech space, because most of the information is now digitally available. Most transactions are traceable in one form or the other. So what is just needed is to bring in some kind of policy framework that integrates all these activities into one big data platform that speaks to the everyday lives of citizens. Out of that, they can then harvest all the information and controls and analysis that is required so that the regulation is a one-stop single window process. where an initiative, when it comes up, it doesn't have to be subjected to the monetary authorities, that is the central bank authorities, the capital markets authorities, the insurance authorities, the agricultural authorities, just through one single window. If processes can be approved and data harvested from big data, then that will unlock all these opportunities for sustainable development goal investments. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to our panelists for today. I just wanted maybe to close this panel with reiterating the importance of savings and micro savings and new technologies to mobilize to the achievement of the SDGs. I think the more and more we are able to innovate, to increase savings mobilization at the country level, the more and more we will be able also to have a mindset towards SDG investments. And the panelists are obviously reiterated today the importance of digital technology to increase that mobilization of savings. I don't think there are any questions from the audience. Perhaps it is difficult. Yeah, exactly. So what maybe I just wanted to thank all the panelists, Derek, Colin, and Anir, for having joined us today in this very first day of the Singapore FinTech Festival. Thank you very much to the organizers. Ashraful, thank you for having organized the panel as well. And thank you also to the colleagues, Pallavi, which is no longer in the panel, but thank you very much also for all your logistic support throughout the session. I think with that, I am just going to close the session. And it has been a pleasure to join today the panel.
Thank you, Maria, for moderating this panel, and thank you, honorable panelists, for putting your insights. And we from UNCDF and UNCDF Bangladesh, we thank you very much for joining us and supporting our initiative for this Dhaka satellite event for the Singapore FinTech Festival. Thank you, and we will be leaving the session now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much.
See you.
Bye-bye.
welcome viewers and participants to the last and the third panel of the Dhaka event for Singapore FinTech Festival and UNCDF joint initiative. So the third panel is around on accelerating green and sustainable RMG sector role of digital solutions. So this panel will be moderated by Mr. Andreas Fransson. And we also have with us three panelists. So Mr. Moderator will introduce them. We also have with us our honorable guest for closing today's event, Mr. NM Ziaul Alam PAA, Senior Secretary, ICT Division, Governments of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. So Mr. Andreas Fransson has worked in the fashion industry earlier and then joined the UNCDF regional office in Bangkok. He is currently working in the regional office. So I welcome Mr. Andreas Fransson to take over the role of moderator and conduct his session. Over to you, Mr. Andreas Fransson.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Hosted in partnership with the Singapore FinTech Festival on building inclusive economies in the digital era. My name is Andreas Fransson, and I will be the moderator for this session that will discuss accelerating green and sustainable ready-made garment sector, the role of digital solutions in Bangladesh. I'm pleased to have a distinguished panel to introduce for our discussion today. Firstly, I would like to introduce Ms. Kaysom Masali, Asia Pacific Regional Lead at the Better Than Cash Alliance. Thank you for being here, Kaysom. Next, we have Ms. Bernadette Bloom, Director of the Good Fashion Fund. Thank you for joining us. And last but not the least, we have Ms. Rubana Haq, President of the Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Exporters Association, or BGMEA. Thank you so much for joining us. Before starting our conversation, I want to remind our participants to please share your questions through the chat box in the MS Teams platform, or comment on the live stream, as we want this to be as interactive as possible. We will take 1 or 2 questions to continue the conversation during the Q&A. Without further ado, we will go ahead with the first question for our panelists. And the first question is for Ms. Rubana to kick us off. Ms. Rubana, the ready-made garment sector in Bangladesh has faced great challenges due to the ongoing global COVID-19 crisis, during which we have now seen an increase in adoption of digital financial services among garment workers in response. From the manufacturer's perspective, what do you see are the challenges ready-made garment owners face that investors and development partners can address and unlock further investments in the sector in a post-COVID-19 scenario? Ms. Rubana, you are on mute.
Pardon me. Bangladesh right now offers the most stable supply chain. And this is a given, considering the 7 years of remediation that has happened in the sector. Also with COVID-19, with the incredible support that we got from our Honorable Prime Minister and the policymakers, so automatically we were at least supported by giving a loan to support the salaries of our workers for 4 months at a lower interest rate. So the only prerequisite of the loan was that we would have to digitally disperse the salaries. Now, I must be honest, I mean, before we didn't even have 40% of the workers being given their salaries digitally. But with COVID, overnight, in about 15 days, we literally had to transform the sector into fully digital platform because we had no other option. Otherwise, we wouldn't be getting the money. So this was a positive challenge for us, and we've taken it very, very positively. So before COVID, Andreas, we had devised a digital wallet already. So we were gearing up for a digital platform. But in the meantime, when this came through, we used the MFSs and the banks, and we dispersed the salaries digitally. to the workers directly. So this helped because, one, the disbursement was quick. We lost no time in disbursement, and also everyone was satisfied that the salary package had reached the hands of the workers. The only thing that was difficult at that point of time was we didn't know whether the new orders would come in or whether the cancelled orders would be reinstated. These were challenges. So approximately $3.15 billion worth of cancellation plagued the sector overnight. And with intense negotiation and with a lot of appeals and urges and even YouTube videos, we made an appeal and we said, look, it directly impacts the livelihoods of the workers because Bangladesh pays around $423 million wages per month. So it's not a measly amount. So we literally saw almost no option but to go to the buyers and say, please reinstate orders. So the buyers did, 90% of the orders did come back, but at a great cost also. So what happened, the challenges was deferred payment. Now that's a challenge that we also have. The country also has a couple of challenges apart from just digital payment. We have, we have value addition challenge. We do need a lot of man-made fiber-based textile support in Bangladesh. So we would welcome any FDI in that regard. And also, it's about the reskilling of the workers for the next level. Because with fourth industrial revolution, we are going to have those challenges. So, development partners, investors could come forward and also help us address these challenges which relate to direct value addition, because branding of Bangladesh needs to be done. Many a times the stories of our workers are not even known to the outside world. And because we have so many green factories, but we still don't have any green prices. And in terms of even social compliance, we've gone a long way, but there's just no one carrying these messages forward. So positive messaging, investment in man-made fiber-based backward linkage in Bangladesh, and of course, any help in digitization and an attempt to be transparent would be welcome by us.
Thank you so much, Rubana. Indeed, there's a potential of digitalization further, and this can also help in building back a better and more sustainable industry going through this crisis and building it back better after this crisis. Thank you so much. I want to now turn our attention to Ms. Bernadette Bloom, Director of the Good Fashion Fund. Bernadette, from an investor perspective, what do you see are the critical factors in terms of supply chain governance and sustainability issues for the ready-made garment sector in Bangladesh in a post-COVID-19 scenario? And what could investors such as yourselves and development partners do to unlock further investment in the sector? Ms. Bernadette?
Ms. Bernadette, you are mute. Unmute yourself, please.
Okay, I'm really sorry. Thank you very much, Andreas, for the introduction and the question. And I'm really pleased to be part of this panel. Well, the current processing garment supply chains have severe negative environmental and social impacts. At present, fashion supply chains are heavily polluting and wasteful, and various social challenges exist, including low wage levels, long working hours, health and safety conditions, and lack of transparency, and sometimes gender inequalities. An investment in technology can help building a better industry from the social and the governance sustainability perspective. So improving workers' rights and conditions, and also improving the sector's ability on coping from impacts of any future shocks. So circular innovations to address the environmental elements are not yet being adopted at scale. And there are sustainable solutions available for manufacturers, but they often lack the ability, the knowledge, but also the investment capacity to, for instance, invest in production technology. Existing technologies are sometimes unsafe and unhealthy and expose workers and the environment to considerable damage. The Good Fashion Fund was established last year, September, initiated by the Lawless Foundation and Fashion for Good, and established in the Netherlands. And the fund focuses actually on providing manufacturers with long-term US dollar loans to adopt impact technology. So what do we mean with impact technology, and what is the benefit for the manufacturer? Well, the value proposition for a manufacturer is, of course, that they are able to invest in technology that leads to a reduction in water, energy, or materials use. And at the same time, the Good Fashion Fund is also looking at, as we call it, good lives. That means at the social elements in a manufacturer. So when we assess, we're doing an investment actually, we developed jointly with the manufacturer an environmental and social action plan. And that action plan is actually linked to our investment. So it's actually listing improvements on the environmental and social side that are implemented during the term of our loan. So we not only provide capital, but also technical, environmental and social knowledge. So we work with very expertized partners like the Fairware Foundation on the social side. And for the benefit for the manufacturer in addition to this is also a cost benefit, because, for instance, less water is used in the process. That also leads to cost reductions. At the same time, for investors, it's really important once a manufacturer has the ability to invest in social and environmental impact and governance issues are addressed, it becomes less risky for investors. And it will also lead to, and that's also one of the ambitions of the Good Fashion Fund, so not only remain the only investor, but actually actively demonstrate successes and share our knowledge and make sure that that other investors can either copy our business model or at least consider investing in the manufacturers. And the focus of our fund is on the mid-sized manufacturers. And our investments typically relate to capital-intensive and high-impact equipment, for instance, for dyeing, washing, printing, and wastewater treatment, which has a positive impact on the environment, but also on the workforce in terms of conditions, safety and health, for instance. If you look at the social innovations, we can invest smaller amounts actively in the social sustainability, for example, financial services, health services, or educational technology and worker engagement tools. And this also, of course, affects the ESG investment parameters. And that means increased competitive and reduced risk for the manufacturer. So it will lead to more investments, but also the brands that, of course, very much focused on social sustainability, they will also consider this manufacturing more as their client. I think that's it all leads to building a better, more sustainable sector. That's the aim of the Good Fashion Fund. So we call it promoting the good lives in the factories. That will support a better industry and also unlock further investments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bernadette. Indeed, investors and development partners could facilitate building back a better industry by supporting ready-made garment owners and the ecosystem of also digital service providers, not only in financial services, but other edtech, health tech services, to adopt digital services to help it achieve its potential impact towards building a more sustainable industry in this post-COVID-19 scenario. Thank you so much, Bernadette, for your comments. I would like to finally going on to the third speaker, Ms. Kaysom. And Ms. Kaysom, we mentioned earlier that the ready-made garment sector in Bangladesh has faced great challenges due to the ongoing global COVID-19 crisis. And we have now seen an increase, which we touched upon with Rubana, an increase in adoption of digital financial services among garment workers in response. We have seen a rapid increase in adoption of digital financial services, particularly mobile money, earlier on this year in response to the crisis. Yet there are still challenges remaining to sustain its impact. how can we ensure the momentum of mobile money adoption by ready-made garment workers is not lost? And what use cases do we need to build upon to provide them with a digital ecosystem to operate in?
Thank you, Andreas, for that question and for having me on this very esteemed panel. Assalamu alaikum to Mr. Zaul, Senior Secretary at the Government of Bangladesh, and to also Dr. Haq and my co-panelist, Ms. Bloom. Andreas, to your question, the COVID-19 crisis is having a significant and widespread effect on digital payments worldwide, including, of course, in Bangladesh and in the ready-made garment sector. And most striking and potentially lasting impact is the accelerating pace of change. As you heard from Dr. Haq as well, when in March, when the government of Bangladesh, who is also a member of the Better Than Cash Alliance, announced the $500 million stimulus package to pay workers' salary in export-oriented sectors, including, of course, the RMG sector, which accounts for 80% of the country's export. Only 1.5 million workers were paid digitally, as we heard from Dr. Haq as well, only 40%. To ensure that the money reaches the rightful recipients, the government made it mandatory for factories to submit mobile account details of factory workers. And in just 15 days, as Dr. Haq also said, 2.5 million accounts were opened through mobile financial services. So the changes that we're seeing in this pandemic in 2020 is that the momentum is 4 or 5 times faster than before. And this puts all actors in the payment landscape, as well as the government and, of course, the factories, under tremendous pressure to transform and adapt, and not to forget the RMG workers themselves as well. And I think it's important for us to understand how this massive shift from analog to digital was possible. And from my perspective as the Better Than Cash Alliance, it was because of 3 enabling factors in Bangladesh. You know, it's not an overnight change. It's something that everyone on this panel from Bangladesh, as well as others, have been working on for the last many years. The first is the comprehensive digital payments architecture that's developed by the government's flagship digital transformation program and adopted by a large number of public and private sector players. The second is the eKYC regulation that was passed by the central bank, Bangladesh Bank, that supported bulk account creation by linking with consumers' biometrically verified national IDs. And the third was a very strong commitment to digitize wages made at the Digital Wages Summit in November 2019 by BGMEA, by global brands like Gap, Marks & Spencer, Inditex, H&M, who are all members of the Better Than Cash Alliance. And most importantly, as Dr. Haq also said, by the esteemed leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister in the government of Bangladesh. And no doubt, the accelerated scale up is good news. But as you also rightly said, Andreas, how do we keep this momentum? Because, you know, as we speak today, we are also seeing the use of mobile money dropping as fast as they were opened. And I think to truly build a sustainable ecosystem, digital payments value proposition must be better than cash, and it must be done responsibly. It must build trust and capabilities in new users, like the RMG employees. Many of them are low income, many are underserved, many remain unfamiliar with and distrust digital payments. So closing that gap and you know, that digital divide will require an even stronger focus on inclusion, and especially on at-risk and marginalized groups, including the women who make up the large proportion of the RMG employees. And true adoption and continued use of digital accounts is going to come with ease of use, with more capabilities in terms of digital literacy, as well as how they use it beyond, of course, you know, receiving their wages at merchants, at services, the use cases, so to speak. And really, this is, you know, one of the really important ways of sustaining momentum and continuing to build back better. Lastly, I would say, you know, the core value proposition for sustained adoption is going to depend on ultimate interoperability. And this is something that Dr. Haq, as well as the government of Bangladesh, has been championing, along with, the great work that the UN Capital Development Fund does in Bangladesh. And, the interoperability is going to melt away one of the biggest barriers for large-scale adoption of digital payments in Bangladesh, which is cost. So I believe that with a responsible lens to digital wages, which focuses on truly making digital better than cash, these are the opportunities for sustained momentum and for building back better.
Thank you so much, Kesom. Those are indeed very important points, especially around the interoperability platform that will drive down costs when it comes to digital financial services. I have one follow-up question for you. What do you see investors and development partners can do further to address the challenges facing the fintech and digital service provider ecosystem that can unlock further investments in the sector? How do you see the role of investors and development partners in this?
Sure. It's a really important question because there's a huge role for especially fintechs and innovations to play. And as we all recognize, across all the members of the Better Than Cash Alliance as well, digital payments are the foundation of how economies everywhere are growing and creating new services for citizens and consumers. And therefore, what we see is that with these accelerating trends, the agenda for responsible digital payments is ever more important if we are to include the next billion users, many of whom are, not the mainstream users for which the ecosystem is traditionally built, but they routinely face connectivity issues, have limited access to handsets, particularly smartphones, lack identification, have lower digital capabilities. And if we recognize these starting points and build a user experience around these lived realities, then we can truly be responsible. So therefore, I think the agenda of digital payments is not just a central bank or a financial services provider's agenda, but rather the important leadership that investors, as well as development partners such as the UN Capital Development Fund can play in ensuring that the right public-private partnerships are in place to drive these ecosystem changes. At the Alliance, we are leading the guidebook on responsible digital payments with our members, and they are basically a set of 9 guidelines that provides actions and examples. And we say that, what it means to be fair to users like RMG employees, as you know, many of them are women, many of them start with a higher barrier to access and usage. To be fair to them, we need to recognize that new payment innovations are extremely important. For example, artificial intelligence, machine learning, they are powerful tools to create better services, but they also often exacerbate systemic biases and they threaten to deepen discrimination, right? So therefore, I think that focus on that triple bottom line that we heard from Ms. Bloom is an extremely important focus for investors in this space as well as for development partners. Secondly, we see that the growing adoption of digital payments is also generating unprecedented data, creating both opportunities but also risk as they work to improve efficiency and safety. And while leveraging this data to understand behaviors and preferences and create opportunities is great, they also need to be done responsibly so that it is about catalyzing economic empowerment and not abuse. And thirdly, as innovation along the value chain reaches the last mile, digital payments are going to expand to more and more users on the margins, and therefore the recourse around ensuring that they are getting the right kind of support. Capability building is extremely important, and this onus to fix the problem is not just the onus on an RMG worker or a user, but rather the multiple players that are involved in the value chain to create digital financial service opportunities. And I would say that a successful transition to digital is going to require collaboration among a variety of stakeholders in pursuit of an inclusive and responsible digital payments ecosystem. And I believe investors and development partners with the government and the financial service providers, as well as industry bodies like BGMEA, have a vital role to play to create a robust ecosystem in which RMG workers can seamlessly transact. They can access their funds when they need it. There's functioning cash in, cash out ecosystems and networks, and there's increasing opportunities to use money digitally, as well as to ensure that digital usage is also creating new opportunities such as affordable credit without being over indebted. So, highly effective correlations is what is the need of the hour in Bangladesh, and with new investors and new partnerships with development partners, I think this is becoming extremely, within reach. And some of the next steps that are also coming up in pursuit of an inclusive and robust digital payments ecosystem in Bangladesh.
Thank you so much, Kesam. You raised a few very important points, especially the government's commitment to digital, and also issues that we have to pay attention to make sure that digitalization is inclusive and does not exacerbate any issues when we go to digital. Thank you, distinguished speakers, for your points, particularly about the momentum of digital services, the government's commitment to digitalization, the challenges facing the industry in a post-COVID-19 scenario, and the investors and development partners' potential role in building back better through the potential of digital models. Here we are now entering the Q&A portion of the session. And we will continue the conversation with a few questions gathered. And I see there is one question here to Bernadette, firstly. How do you see the role of investors such as the Good Fashion Fund in improving both social and environmental sustainability in the sector in Bangladesh, and the role of digital models in this? Miss Bernadette, you're on mute. Apologies.
Sorry. Thank you for the question. So the Good Fashion Fund enables manufacturers that we invest in to invest in impact equipment and implement it in their production facilities, and support them with technical, environmental and social knowledge. But not only knowledge, we actively help them, support them, implementing improvements on the sustainability side in their companies. And well, that will be very important for other investors also. And also we will actively share knowledge and lessons learned and demonstrate that such investments are feasible within the sector. And what role do we see for digitalization? Well, I think that digital platforms can, for example, improve transparency of wages, but not only of wages, also transparency for the workers on their rights, for instance. And it also can create a channel for workers to flag out safety issues, such as violations, but also to give them a means to advocate their rights and improve their well-being. So it really gives them a better way of actually seeing, improve their conditions, their rights, and also the way of communication. And I think that also the COVID crisis has highlighted the importance of digital solutions in ensuring continuity in the value chains and the livelihoods, just building resilience against future crises and facilitating recovery in the COVID era and beyond.
Thank you, Bernadette. Indeed, there is potential for digital services to play a part in this building back a better industry from a sustainability and investor perspective. I have also one more question to Ms. Kaysom. The Better Than Cash Alliance are also working on digital financial services for specifically garment workers in other countries as well. What are the learnings from implementing such digital wage payments and use of digital financial services for garment workers from not only Bangladesh, but from other countries where Better Than Cash Alliance has worked? For example, Jordan. Are the results different than in Bangladesh, and what could we learn from it?
Thank you, Andreas. So, you know, at the Digital Wages Summit in Bangladesh in 2019, where there were significant commitments made by the government, by BGMEA, by everyone in the ecosystem, we also had a new member join the Better Than Cash Alliance and really come on board and champion this, not just in Bangladesh, but across the world. And that's the International Labour Organization, as well as Better Work, which is their flagship program with IFC that improves working conditions and business practices across the global garment industry. And by joining the alliance, they committed to increasing the use of responsible digital payments to boost financial inclusion, transparency, and efficiency. And you know, this has become a really important way or forum through which we facilitate global learnings on this really important agenda of digital wage payments and the use of digital financial services for garment workers between Bangladesh, with Cambodia, India, Jordan, and others. And you know, from a recent learning exchange among a variety of countries, for example, a representative from the government of India from textiles spoke about how early investments in the digital public infrastructure enable the RMG sector to better weather the pandemic. And there's also evidence that women in India increased labor force participation and liberalized gender norms when they received wages in their bank accounts that were also linked to their rural employment programs. And of course, we have significant lessons from Bangladesh in terms of really how the 6 different stakeholder groups came together and championed the responsible digital wages for RMG employees, but also recognizing that it's not just about, you know, the current use and the cost, which are, you know, sort of the front and center issues at the moment, but also in terms of how does it lead to better lives, better opportunities. And you know, we see lots of common themes but also differences. And you know, there's a lot of interest in Jordan to learn from Bangladesh's experience, particularly in terms of how the government's leadership has been pivotal, in terms of how an industry body as influential and effective as BGMEA can play a role in championing workers' economic empowerment. So yeah, we're quite excited about this ability to facilitate the global learnings across the various countries in partnership, of course, with our member ILO and Better Work.
Thank you so much, Kaysom. And it's a good point about the learnings from India also, that they were able to better handle the crisis due to their current journey. They are later on in the journey compared to Bangladesh and other countries. I do have one more follow-up question to you, Ms. Kaysom. What are some examples of other current initiatives ongoing in continuing the digitalization journey of the sector in Bangladesh?
Well, that's a great question, and I'm so glad that we also have the Senior Secretary from the ICT division. The government of Bangladesh great achievements, the opportunities that lie ahead as Bangladesh prepares for the year of Digital Bangladesh next year, 2021. And they have, the government has chosen RMG as one of their priority sectors, along with, of course, education, e-commerce, agriculture, and others. So, really important work is already underway, led, of course, by the tremendous leadership of government and really important stakeholders such as BGMEA, as well as the UN Capital Development Fund.
Thank you so much, Kesom. So that is finishing the Q&A session of our conversation today. Thank you so much, all the speakers, for our discussion. As a short summary, I believe it can be summarized as indeed there are investment opportunities in technology and digitalization that could strengthen the sector from a sustainability and competitiveness perspective in a post-COVID-19 scenario. And there are models where investors, development partners, manufacturers, and ecosystem of digital service providers can work together to realize this. Yet there are challenges to increase adoption and realize its potential, where further investment and knowledge, technical assistance can unlock opportunities and facilitate the change. Thank you so much, all distinguished panel participants, for this conversation today. And thank you for the audience for listening and for your participation. Ashraf, I will leave it to you now to close the session and to introduce a honorable guest speaker with a closing speech. Ashraf, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Andreas, for moderating this last and important panel of this Dhaka event. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the day and end of the event in Dhaka, which we UNCDF in association with Singapore FinTech Festival jointly organized. So, for the day long, we had 3 sessions and also 1 opening session. So in the opening session, our Honorable State Minister for ICT, Mr. Junaid Ahmed Pollock MP, inaugurated today's event, and also UNCDF Global Digital Lead François Copini also spoke on this opening session. So now we are going to close this session. We have with us our honorable guest for this closing session, Mr. NM Ziaul Alam, PAA. He is the Senior Secretary of ICT Division, Governments of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. We know that under his able leadership, the ICT Division has achieved a lot, I mean, in the last few years, regarding blockchain policy, AI policy, and a lot of other initiatives are already underway under his able leadership. So we invite our honorable guest for this closing session to say some words to us and close this session formally. Over to you, honorable guest, NM Ziaul Alam, PAA, Senior Secretary, ICT Division.
Thank you, Mr. Ashraf. Also, thanks to Mr. Andreas for very excellent moderation. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I had the honor to delivering the closing remarks for what has been a most remarkable and insightful series of discussion and events. Distinguished guests, panelists, thank you for participating and sharing your wonderful insights. I believe this year's Singapore FinTech Festival has done what it should to do by providing a platform for sharing experiences and overall lessons learned and the pandemic response so far, and helping to chart a way forward towards a more digitally inclusive society. The panel gives us a quick look of need for digital transformation for micro SMEs in Bangladesh. It is no doubt that the impact of COVID-19 a small business has been dire. Many of them faced numerous challenges such as supply chain disruption, a decline in demand, lack of capital, and access to correct business and health-related information. These restrictions has challenged have always been there, especially for informal business. But COVID-19 has shown us the pathway to digital transformation. Under this guidance of prudent leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, we have come a long way in trying to address such challenges. One notable measure that was taken this year by Bangladesh Bank, as you know, was the introduction of a new kind of business account, that is micro small enterprise for micro small enterprise, and can now open their business accounts without trade license. However, as we learned from the panel, there still lies an opportunity to further build back or provide more improved solution for informal enterprises. Again, we learned about the investor side of things and how Bangladesh can better leverage digital solution for mobilizing domestic savings towards SDGs investments. We are hopeful that the learnings learned from the panel will help us in creating policies that will help Bangladesh to talk into this resource mobilization. We also listened the role of digital solutions to accelerate the green and sustainable R&D sector. The ready-made garments manufacturing sector is an important driver to Bangladesh's economies and has been a driving forces in creating employment, lifting millions of out of extreme poverty. However, there are several challenges faced by the industry. Some that were discussed during the panel were high supply chain risk for investors and sustainability challenges. Additionally, now the industry faces a new set of challenges that are a result of the opening of health pandemic. This session addressed the importance of digital service, and we need to prepare the workers for digital transformation. The experiences that have been shared to this discussion confirm that the pandemic has disproportionately affected the cottage, micro and small business, particularly the informal business in Bangladesh. On the other hand, it is also be also shown as the pathway to digital transformation and the opportunity to better leverage digital transformation for the best majority of the enterprise to build a better future. We have also observed the sustainability of mobilizing domestic micro savings through digital platform, investment areas, and business models and best practices. And lastly, we observed the role of digital solutions in accelerating the green and sustainable R&D sectors. The outcome and the discussions of all the sessions have highlighted key points and solutions which we believe will help us shape future policies and ultimately get closer to dream of our digital Bangladesh. And as you know, we are making Bangladesh digital, and by this way we are making Bangladesh happy, prosperous, and Bangalore. Earlier this evening, our Honorable State Minister, Mr. Junaid Ahmed Pawar, MP, spoke about the progress of Bangladesh. Indeed, Bangladesh has made tremendous progress over the last decade. He also spoke about the hardship and the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. I believe the conference outcome will serve well to further address the impact of the COVID pandemic. What is clear today's events is that the journey remains. As we are faced with new and unknown challenges, we must together build a more resilient and inclusive economy. Indeed, this phenomenon is not limited to the developing world. Advanced economies are also grappling the distributional consequences of the pandemic. How to do then move forward more to address the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic may have unleashed unprecedented hardship on vulnerable groups such as particularly those who are operating the informal business as micro SME sectors. But there are opportunities to rebuild our economies, and while at it, we rebuild them in a manner that leads to more inclusive and resilience. Making real progress will require bold action to address the underlying pre-existing vulnerabilities that have only been worsened by the current pandemic, so that we rebuild a more inclusive, sustainable and resilient future. We must take this moment to reevaluate and adapt development strategies and policies that can accelerate resilience building and promote a post-COVID-19 sustainable recovery. I believe that this conference was very informative and fruitful for all participants. I sincerely hope that discussions on these issues will continue in various international forums for innovations to contribute to the development of Bangladesh. I thank you for your kind attention. To conclude, let me again thank the moderators, panelists, members, and other guests for sharing with all of us over the past hours. With this view, I would like to conclude. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for joining us and share your words with the viewers and participants and our honorable moderators, panelists. So your word of encouragement will drive UNCDF in Bangladesh to work for a better Bangladesh. So thank you for joining. So dear viewers and participants, we have come to the end of the Dhaka satellite event for Singapore FinTech Festival and UNCDF joint initiative. So building back better in an inclusive digital economy in Bangladesh. So thank you for joining. Thank you for supporting and engaging with questions and comments. And we say goodbye to you for today, and we will surely engage with you in any future events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. So welcome to the opening of a series of sessions organized by UNCDF in partnership with the Singapore FinTech Festival. The theme of this series of sessions are called Building Inclusive and Resilient Economies in the Digital Era. So my name is François Coupienne. I am the Global Digital Lead for UNCDF, and I have the pleasure to be able to be your master of ceremony tonight for this great session. So I would like to thank the speakers and panelists participating in this session today, and also thank all of the participants joining us from all over the world. The sessions will start with an introduction of Ms. Judith Carl, the Executive Secretary of UNCDF, on the role of UNCDF on digital in least developed countries and within the UN system. It will then be followed by a pre-record session of Ms. Paula Ingabire, the Ministry of ICT and Innovation from Rwanda. And Rwanda is a country where UNCDF supports the government on their digital transformation. A panel discussion with high-level representatives from various sectors will then provide key insight about the action to be taken to make digital economies more inclusive. So let me go back, directly to the opening remarks. And please let me invite Ms. Judith Carl, the Executive Secretary of UNCDF, for the opening remarks on the role of UNCDF on inclusive and resilient economies in the digital era.
Thank you so much, Francois, and greetings to everybody. Of course, a very unusual year for all of us, and I hope everybody is keeping safe and healthy. And it's a real joy to be able to join all of you on this virtual platform at this incredibly important event. UNCDF aims to make public and private finance work for the 47 least developed countries in the world. And so it's very much my pleasure to welcome you to our series of sessions on building inclusive and resilient economies in the digital era, which we're hosting in partnership with the Singapore FinTech Festival, as Francois said, the largest gathering of its kind in the world. This series comprises over 30 sessions in multiple cities, so hats off to Francois and the team for such a big endeavor, with discussions on inclusive digital economies and financial health. To kick off, we've organized this main session with the goal of inviting all of you, the representatives of fintech companies, banks, telcos, technology companies, microfinance institutions, ministries, regulators, donors, and our peer UN agencies to join us in discussing how we can build a digital economy that works for the poor. Before hearing from this very esteemed panel of speakers, I'd like to share some lessons from our own journey so far. First, let me say a few things about UNCDF and our digital strategy. The work of UNCDF is about creating pathways for excluded populations to gain a foothold in the mainstream financial systems that will help them lead more resilient and secure lives, and to show the markets that it isn't just viable, but it is also good business. Our work has resulted in over 18 million people in Africa, Asia, and the Pacific accessing and using digital financial systems that will help them lead more resilient and secure lives. And to show them increasingly we've been hearing from citizens and our government partners in 28 least developed countries that an inclusive economy is more important than ever, especially in the context of COVID-19. So we launched the UNCDF Inclusive Digital Economy Strategy 2 years ago to ensure that people are not only able to access digital financial services, but they can engage in the economy more broadly to meet their daily needs and to improve their skills, productivity, and marketability in the digital age. So I believe our strategy is important really for three big reasons. First, Entire sectors are digitalizing. Sectors of vital importance to marginalized people are transitioning to digital platforms. For example, farmers can now digitally access agronomic advice, pre-order high-quality seeds remotely, secure better terms for loans, and access market information through mobile phones. Second, because digital financial services are the on-ramp to the digital economy. Digital financial services allow people to pay and get paid on these platforms, unlocking their ability to participate economically. For example, the same farmer can now secure input credit for high-quality seeds on digital platforms by linking payments to a mobile money account. And third, because participation on these digital platforms can mean the difference between resilience and poverty for an individual or an entrepreneur. For our farmer, this would mean the difference between earning more or falling deeper into poverty. It's critical to ensure that marginalized groups such as refugees, women, migrants and youth, MSMEs and rural communities can fully participate on these emerging digital platforms. And yet these groups are often denied the opportunity to benefit from digital transformation due to social norms, societal status, and limited revenue and capacity. So for this reason, UNCDF's strategy is about advancing digital economies that leave no one behind. To fulfill that vision, we are expanding our work with the financial and digital services industry to support inclusive innovation that expands digital and financial services to excluded groups, to build open and interoperable digital infrastructure, and to improve the skills of marginalized people. We also partner with governments to create the necessary policies and regulation to foster inclusive digital finance and economic participation. And we work closely with other UN agencies like UNDP, UNCTAD, the World Food Program, UNICEF, and UNHCR, to name a few, to fully leverage these digital services in their work as well. As the co-host of the Secretariat of the UN Secretary General's Task Force on digital financing of the Sustainable Development Goals, UNCDF is also committed to work with UNDP and other partners to harness the potential of digital innovation to contribute to the financing of the SDGs. One approach that we are jointly pursuing, based on the recommendations of the task force report entitled People's Money, Harnessing Digitalization to Finance a Sustainable Future, is to support national planning processes that integrate SDG priorities and digital financing innovations in both the public and the private spheres. Rebuilding better post-COVID-19 will require the expansion and innovative use of digital technologies aligned with government's SDG priorities. And we believe our collaboration with UNDP can play an important role in contributing to this agenda. From our digital work across 28 least developed countries, here are a few insights that I'd like to share that I believe are relevant to this session. First, the digital transformation of financial inclusion is accelerating. 5.2 billion people already have a phone, and another 600 million people are expected to have one over the next 5 years. This increase is expected mostly in Africa and Asia. Over 690 million people have gained access to formal financial service worldwide through a mobile phone. UNCDF has accelerated the growth of digital financial services in LDCs. For example, we supported the growth of mobile money in Benin to reach 40% of adults, up from 2%. We enabled similar growth in Nepal, Senegal, Malawi, Uganda, Zambia, and several countries in the Pacific. Critical to our success, here were our financial instruments, deep technical expertise, and our hands-on approach across the public and private sectors, which allowed us to bring stakeholders together to discuss and create an enabling environment for innovations to flourish. Second, inclusion in the digital era is not a given, but it can be achieved. There's still a lot to do. 1 billion adults have a phone, but still do not have financial services. Distinct groups are still underserved. Women still trail men by 9 percentage points in terms of account ownership. These are barriers we can overcome. For example, this gender gap can be reduced by selecting and training female mobile money agents to serve women. To seize opportunities like this in our new strategy, we place inclusion at the center of our digital economy work. For us, this starts by working with our government partners to help them track the digital divide among marginalized groups. To do so, we have developed the Inclusive Digital Economy Scorecard, which is a policy tool that governments can use to help set the priorities for their country's inclusive digital transformation. This tool is now being rolled out in 20 countries. Third, linking digital financial services to platforms in key sectors helps people meet their daily needs, improve their skills, productivity, and marketability. We see huge opportunities for businesses to serve those being left behind. New business models are emerging in a range of sectors, from agriculture, energy, education, entrepreneurship, and health to transport, targeting previously excluded populations with affordable and accessible services. To forge deep linkages between digital finance and these sectors, it takes a dedicated and country-focused approach to bring the pieces together. For example, in Uganda, by facilitating an advisory group that includes the private sector, public sector, and donors, we're able to jointly identify the barriers holding back collective success. This has led us to work with pioneering fintech companies to make it easier for key sectors to use digital financial services through integration and commercial agreements known as open APIs. Here I've touched on a few examples of how UNCDF equips marginalized groups to participate in a digital economy. This work involves many valued partners who are attending this festival this week. To ensure that no one is left behind in the digital era, we have to expand this work together. This is critical for all countries to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The festival is an opportunity to learn and share experience on how placing inclusion at the center is a pathway to growth for the digital economy. It is an opportunity for us to discuss, what do citizens want from their digital economy? What will it take for the private sector to build these services? And will they? What is needed to create the enabling conditions and to empower citizens? Our collective achievement of a vision where no one is left behind in the digital era depends on the answers to these questions. We have a great, exciting panel with us today, and I thank you very much for your participation. Back to you, Francois.
Thank you, Judith, for these really opening and inspiring remarks. And let me highlight and come back to one of the sentences that you mentioned at the end of your speech. So you mentioned that the festival is an opportunity to learn and share experience on how placing inclusion at the center is a pathway to grow for the digital economy. And I think this sentence is a perfect segue to introduce our keynote speakers. Ms. Paula Ingabire, the Minister of ICT and Innovation of Rwanda. The Minister will share with us how Rwanda has placed inclusion at the center of its digital transformation. So let me introduce Ms. Paula Ingabire. So she introduced herself as a Rwandan technology enthusiast who currently serves as the Minister of ICT and Innovation of the government of Rwanda. She also coordinated the creation of Smart Africa, the Smart Africa, that seek really to leverage broadband infrastructure as a driver for Africa's socioeconomic growth. And in 2019, she was named by Apolitical amongst the top 20 of the world's 100 most influential people in digital government. So please let me invite the Ministry of ICT and Innovation of Rwanda for a keynote speech on digital transformation and inclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Francois Kupien, for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be joining you and delivering remarks today as we convene to deliberate around building inclusive and resilient economies in the digital era. I want to start off by also thanking the organizers, the United Nations Capital Development Fund and the Singapore FinTech Festival, for bringing us all together. Without a doubt, the timeliness of such conversations cannot be emphasized given the current crisis that we all find ourselves in the midst of the raging COVID-19 pandemic and the urgent need to minimize its effects while we prepare for recovery. But just like every storm has a silver lining, digitization has been one of the pandemic's silver linings. Communities across the world have had to rely on some form or combination of digital technologies to cope and curb the virus. More pressing today is the urgent need to identify digital technologies that will shorten the recovery process. Digital transformation agendas across the world have been fast-tracked thanks to COVID, and that has been, and the COVID itself has underscored just how critical inclusion in the digital economy is to financial inclusion and financial security. Digital payments today have enabled economic relief packages to be delivered to those that have been hit hard by the pandemic. We've also been able to leverage all these digital payment methods, especially in the developing and emerging world, buying and purchasing of goods and services. And all these efforts during this time have driven us an edge into the cashless economy. However, for us to arrive at that cashless economy that we also desire to be in, inclusion of digital payments, access to infrastructure, digital literacy have to be at the heart of our digitization efforts. Inclusive and resilient digital economies must cater for the needs and relevance of all classes of the society, and this will include marginalized groups within our respective societies. But one important category to also cater for is the small and medium enterprises, who for many of our developing and emerging economies are the backbone, employing the majority of vulnerable and marginalized groups of our society that have been hit hard. And these SMEs ought to be given attention as we design economic recovery interventions. For many of our countries, we've put in place regulatory measures to ease doing business for these SMEs. But I think what still remains a challenge is the ability to access financing for many of these SMEs. Traditional financing and lending models have not been effective for the longest time and will continue to be a barrier for our SMEs and for their growth. So we ought to be thinking about innovative financing instruments that can leverage digital technologies, financing instruments that are tailored to specific SME needs, as well as their maturity levels, as a means to boost their access to financial services while also boosting economic recovery. So that said, as we meet today and over the next few days to really deliberate on how we can leverage digital transformation as we go into recovery, on how we can build our resilient economies, I hope that all of us collectively can think about the kind of partnerships that are so necessary and critical for us to unlock the potential for these SMEs, to unlock the potential for access to finance for the marginalized groups within our societies, the kind of partnerships that are going to be critical to give us these innovative digital payment channels that we all need to unlock today. The other point that I'd like to raise, the other point that I'd like to also raise is also thinking about the culture of saving that we need to really instill. And for many countries that have already mobilized, their communities to start to think about domestic savings, to think about how they can be financially sustainable in the midst of the shocks that we all have to face today and going forward and for future recoveries. And digital is always going to be a tool that is essential in how we can be able to enable saving at the tips of everyone's fingers. The Inclusive Digital Economy Scorecard that has been developed by the UNCDF talks about leaving no one behind in the digital era. So does the Broadband Commission agenda, which is really around connectivity infrastructure, which is around digital literacy, that all is also focused on how do we not leave anyone behind. And today statistics show us that half the population of the world is still unconnected. So how do we unlock this potential to digital financing mechanisms when we still have a large portion of our communities still not connected to the internet? And so as we design all these interventions, we need to have very holistic plans, a whole of the system type of planning and resource mobilizing and investments that are not just going to unlock the potential for digital innovations in fintech, but also going to think about the ability to build digital literacy for our citizens to be able to use these tools, being able to think about infrastructure, last mile connectivity that is affordable and accessible by everyone across the world in all corners, rural populations, most importantly. And so I know that for many of us that are convened here today, there's a lot that has been unlocked. There's so many achievements that we've registered, whether it's from the corporate world or from the governments. A lot of it would not have been possible without the strong willingness and partnerships of corporates and the government, without the investments in the already existing digital infrastructure that we have, but also the level of digitization that is happening in other segments of the economy, healthcare, education. And so it's really a matter of how do we leverage the already existing investments, efforts, and achievements that we have today to unlock this potential. I want to end off by inviting everyone to take the opportunity during this event to network, to share best practices, so that as we think about inclusion, it's not just specific to our jurisdictions, but it's inclusion for the global family that we are today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for this inspiring keynote and for, I think, some of the key examples that you mentioned about the example of Rwanda, of how you have been able to leverage technology with really the objective to include some of the key customer segments that are often left behind. And you talk about youth, you talk about women, and you had a specially focus also on MSMEs. So let's dive now in the discussion and try to understand what are the key actions that we can be taken really to be able to place inclusion at the center of this discussion. So in order to do so, I have the pleasure to introduce a great panel with really high-level representatives from the public and private sectors. So in the panel, we have Mr. Fabrizio Schild, he is the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Digital Cooperation. We have Ms. Erin Omar, from the President of AirAsia Digital in Malaysia. We have Mr. Patrick Njongore, the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, and Ms. Biram Sok, Tech Entrepreneurs, and also founder of Kweli Incorporated. And the panel will be moderated by Ayaz Mita, UNCDF Digital Ambassadors. But as an introduction to launch and really to be able to initiate the discussion of the panel, I would like to share with you some information about, first, the level of development of digital economies in some countries where UNCDF is active. Second, the level of inclusiveness of this economy for marginalized segments: women, youth, migrants, refugee, MSME, people with disabilities, elders. And then based on these two factors also, what is the related digital divide that we experience today in some of those countries. And so, as Judith mentioned, last year, UNCDF launched IDES, the Inclusive Digital Economy Scorecard. It was developed in partnership with the European Union, with GSMA, with UNDP, UNDESA, UNCTAD, and also what was key, it was tested with the government of 4 countries around the world. It was 4 pilot countries in different regions. We had Uganda, we had Burkina Faso, we had Nepal, and Solomon Islands. And it's now being rolled out in 20 countries like Bangladesh, Malaysia, Myanmar, Senegal, Rwanda, Tanzania, Zambia, and other countries. So as you see on the screen, IDES is a policy tool especially done for government. First, to measure the development of digital economies. And you see the 4 main components of the digital economy framework and the way they are organized. The second part, we are measuring the inclusiveness for the marginalized segments that you see that's on the right of the screen. But also what is important in the tool, we are updating it on a yearly basis with the government of the countries where we operate. And so it's helped also the government really to be able to track on a yearly basis what is the progress that has been made. And finally, I think it's helped on a yearly basis to review and to provide the right priorities for government and private sectors to be able, let's say, to accelerate the development of the digital economies. So now let's look at the current result in some of the countries. So you see on the screen, I think we have the result for 3 countries. And what you see in the 3 countries, this dark blue bar, is what we call the digital economy scores. And it highlights the level of development of the digital economy at national level. It's on a scale from 0 to 100. And so you see, for example, that country 1 is above 52%. So it's really in a country, let's say, more starting an expansion phase, while the 2 other countries, country 2 and 3, are more in the startup phase, and maybe also still focusing a lot about the policy regulation, setting up the right digital infrastructure, and maybe starting on the innovation part. But then let's focus on what we call the inclusiveness score. And the inclusiveness score highlights the level of the digital economy of the same countries for marginalized segments: women, youth, migrant, refugee, MSME, and rural population. And then here you can see that this score is becoming much lower. And then finally, the last score is the digital divide. And so do you see that the digital divide in these 3 countries are quite really, let's say, quite big in comparison with the development of the digital economy. So now on this point and on this slide, I would like to hand over to Mr. Ayaz Mita. We need to ask him to moderate the panel and come with some answer and pathway to the 2 questions below. So how to further leverage digital to spur economic growth, but what should be done by the public, the private sectors, the UN system, and other stakeholders to reduce this important digital divide and make sure women, youth, migrant, refugee, MSMEs are an integral part of the digital transformation worldwide. Over to you, Ayaz.
Thank you very much, Francois, and it's my great pleasure and honor to be here with you and with such distinguished panelists to discuss such an important topic. Perhaps to get us kicked off, I'd like to turn to you, Fabrizio. You've been leading the UN Secretary General's roadmap on digital cooperation, and obviously inclusive digital economies has been a major aspect of some of the work that you've done. Would you mind sharing some thoughts on some of the key considerations that have emerged from the roadmap as it relates to digital economies and in particular inclusive digital economies?
Thank you very much. And I think this discussion is very timely. I mean, the roadmap, if there's one theme that dominates the roadmap, it is inclusion. Inequality and inclusion are probably next to climate change, and the Secretary General has said this, the greatest challenge of our time. While the world has done a pretty good job up until COVID in eradicating or diminishing poverty, in terms of equality and inclusion, we've gone backwards. Since the financial crisis, inequality has grown worse in 2 out of 3 countries. And of course, with COVID, everything has been greatly exacerbated. COVID has seen the 2,000 richest people on earth increase their fortunes by about $2.7 trillion, while at the same time, according to the World Bank, the number of people living in extreme poverty has grown for the first time in many decades and is likely to grow by 150 million. That's equivalent to the population of a number of medium-sized countries. Now, this is relevant because inequality is mirrored and to a great extent exacerbated by the digital sphere. The connectivity or the lack of it traces and exacerbates existing patterns of inclusion and exclusion. And I think what we have to bear in mind is the notion of a digital economy. I don't want to be overly provocative, but the notion of a digital economy is increasingly, I don't know how to say this diplomatically, spurious. The point being that the economy is digital. The analog economy is rapidly disappearing. 8 out of 10 of the highest valued companies in the world are digital. And the two that are not digital, Walmart and Coca-Cola, could not function anymore without digital technologies. So there is, the analog economy is a bit like subsistence agriculture. It exists, but it's increasingly marginal. So if we're not digitized, it's not that we don't have access to something called the digital economy. It's that we increasingly won't have access to any sort of economy. And I think that under COVID has become very clear. People who are connected, like most of us, could continue working. People who were not connected, with few exceptions, couldn't continue working. People who were connected could continue their education. People who were not connected could not, etc. So the issue of connectivity is the new face of exclusion and inequality, and it needs to be tackled comprehensively. And I think the scorecard that you've put up, the ID scorecard, points to exactly the issues that are required resolving. Infrastructure, but although infrastructure is often overstated as a constraint, the Broadband Commission has made clear that 93% of the world, I think now, is theoretically connected to broadband. The constraints are about affordability, about devices, about policy, about skills training. And these are all issues where the Secretary General's roadmap and what followed on from it, his expert panel on fintech, have made very concrete and specific recommendations. It's clear that there are many valuable efforts ongoing and many valuable examples of very good progress. Rwanda and Kenya, who are part of this event, are two extraordinary examples of what can be achieved. But frankly, it's also clear that the existing efforts are not to scale and not always adequately coordinated. And I think that's the overall aim of the roadmap, is to try and bring our efforts up to scale and to try and get better coordination and more investment into the many worthwhile efforts that are out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio. And as you said, digitalization comes with its own set of opportunities, but also its own sets of risks and barriers that we would need to collectively overcome if we really want to reduce inequalities and drive more inclusion. And you mentioned as well how important inclusion was as one of the greatest challenges of our time. And maybe this is sort of the perfect question to ask our next speakers, Governor Patrick Njoroge from Central Bank of Kenya, because worldwide, Kenya is regarded as a model in terms of financial inclusion. You have been driving a whole range of policies that have directly supported the marginalized in society to really drive greater financial inclusion in Kenya. Can you share with us some of the lessons you've learned from that experience? Obviously, CBK has played a central role in driving financial inclusion in Kenya in exceptional ways. And so could you share some lessons and some insights, and also how that might relate now to Kenya's efforts towards really transitioning towards an inclusive digital economy? Over to you, Patrick.
Thank you, Isa. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. I'm delighted to be part of this panel and obviously discussing a very important topic. Our financial inclusion journey in Kenya, as Fabrizio mentioned a moment ago, really we have a lot in common with several other countries, and we have brought a lot of people into the financial system. Now, our financial inclusion transformation started around 2007, and this is with the advent of the M-Pesa platform. And at that point, we had, in 2006, we had our level of inclusion was at 23% adult population. And now we are at 83%. 83% of Kenyan adults have been brought into or already in the financial system, have access to the financial system.
And this has been underpinned by the digitalization, particularly of the mobile phone technologies. However, it is important to note that it wasn't just the mobile phone technology that did it, meaning, giving people mobile phones and having them in their hand. That obviously was not the only thing. The transformation was anchored on 3 pillars: the needs of people, collaboration, and a certain risk management. Obviously, this is now with the benefit of hindsight. And if you don't mind, I'll just go through this a little. So in terms of the first of this, people's needs must indeed inform the products and services that are riding on the digital rails once the digital rails are there. So the technology is there, and that is obviously comes with the handsets, etc. But people's needs must inform the products and services. Secondly, the various institutions, government, private sector, innovators, consumers, come together. They need to come together to create an ecosystem. It is important to realize that you want that network externalities, as it were. So you do want to create that ecosystem. And finally, the risks to consumers should be identified and mitigated to engender trust. That is important. It isn't enough to say that I'm going to transfer money to you. I need to know that actually to get to you. So the element of trust is extremely important, particularly if it is a new system that has not been tested, etc., etc. So going forward, as you asked, countries that are moving to broader inclusive digital economies, in our view, need to obviously focus on the needs of people. And now this range from health, education, agriculture, etc., social needs and all that. And to underscore that we must not be carried away by technology. Technology and innovation, those are important, but they are tools, and the element of all of them should be focused on the needs of people. Secondly, the collaboration. So building an inclusive digital economy requires all these institutions, government, private sector, etc., to come together and work together, aligned in a common vision. And obviously the final one, as I mentioned, risk management. So the digital economies are built on trust, and any breaches may endanger the viability of an inclusive digital economy. And I should add, it isn't just breach in terms of the fast transaction like money and all that, but it's also other things, for instance, data breaches, etc. It is actually much more encompassing. Thank you very much, Aizaz.
Thank you very much, Governor Patrick. You mentioned a few very important points here, focusing on the needs of the people, focusing on collaboration, which are really 2 important topics that I would like to explore a little bit further with our next speakers, who are representatives from the private sector. And I think the element of risk that you have mentioned, but also that Fabrizio mentioned a bit earlier in terms of the risk of divide, the risk of further exclusion, is something that I would also like to come back to during the course of this conversation. But perhaps if I turn to Irene from AirAsia, if you don't mind, I think one of the things that Governor Patrick has just mentioned was collaboration with the private sector and the role of the private sector. And I think Judith in her introduction was also alluding to the fact that different sectors are digitalizing, and the transportation sector obviously is no exception. We already know of all the ride-hailing services that have gone through digital transformation. Perhaps the airline industry seems a little bit less natural, I would say. So can you tell us, from an airline business to becoming more of a platform type of business, what is it that triggered your digital transformation, and what are the opportunities that you actually saw out there that you wanted to pursue through this transformation? Over to you, Irene.
Right. Thank you very much. So our digital transformation exercise actually started more than 3 years ago. And this happens because we realized that we have a wealth of data coming from various systems of our operations. And as the biggest low-cost carrier in Asia, a lot of our bookings goes through our website and through our mobile app. 80% of those bookings are actually coming from those website and mobile apps. So we actually own that data. And we're one of the largest in Southeast Asia in relation to the roots and the network and the market reach and the brand that we have, and being part of that growth in Southeast Asia, where majority of population are growing out the middle income earners themselves. So we thought that it was just conducive for AirAsia to be able to be part of that Southeast Asian growth and so forth. So when we saw how much data that we own, whether it's through our operations or whether through our booking systems and so forth, we realized that it becomes a wealth of asset for us. And we felt that we needed to work these assets even more. And as a result, we decided to ingest all that data into a foundry, put them into cloud. And from there, we saw we had more visibility of what this data can do. We saw how it can be targeted to improve the conversion rate of all the revenues and so forth. And we felt that it can be more personalized and more targeted to our consumer base and so forth. We felt that we can improve the operational costs because we felt the whole operations, because AirAsia is a huge volume of transaction and a huge volume of operations in terms of number of flights that we have and the 25 minutes turnaround that we have and the number of hours that our planes fly and so forth. So a lot of that data was very useful for us to improve the way we operate and to reduce that cost further, even to the point where we can reduce that fuel consumption by another percentage point. We could translate to millions of dollars. And of course, this was pre-COVID time and so forth. And we saw how that data can also help improve the whole consumer journey from the moment they book until they return, and what they can do in between during the time when their journey into the airport, what they do in the airport, what they do in flight, once they land into their destination, what kind of activities that they do, and once they come back, what sort of things that they look towards to be able to come home and enjoy that whole journey as well. So we saw that through all this initiative, there's a lot that we can do, and we felt that we can be more than just an airline. And so we pivoted in a big way. We started this pivot in a small way about 2 years or so, but COVID struck, and we took that opportunity. That 3-year roadmap have just reduced to a 9-month roadmap. We saw that all those traffic that goes into AirAsia.com, how can we make use of those, and how can we actually offer more things to our consumers so they no longer fly? How can we help them be able to enjoy the lifestyle that they have during the pandemic, during the lockdown period, and how can we actually provide the basic necessities up to their doorsteps and so forth? And hence the birth of that super app that we're working on. And then we saw the opportunity of logistic, which was initially our cargo department, and we felt that we can be more than just a cargo department with the kind of network that we have, the market reach that we have, because we fly to tertiary cities. We don't just fly to capital cities. We fly to cities where many don't even fly. In fact, 30% of our routes were unique routes that we fly into Southeast Asia. So we set the trend, we create economic activity over there, and then soon we find other airlines follow us because of the fact that we have created that many opportunities for the community. And hence we saw that, why not we do the same thing for movements of goods, where we can move the goods to various cities that nobody could fly to as well. And we saw that it's not just about freight movements, but also about last mile delivery, parcels delivery to support the e-commerce boom that you find in this region and so forth. And we saw how consumers were behaving in terms of what they pay and the transactions that they do and what makes them loyal to a certain goods and services and so forth. And this come about the fintech that we created also in AirAsia Digital. And the fintech that we have created is called Big Pay, and that's meant to serve the underbanked and the unbanked in this part of the world. And that's not meant just for consumers, but also for small, medium enterprises, where they may not be able to get all the services that you find in a normal bank that would give to a corporation just because they don't meet a certain checklist. And this is where we felt that we could provide that opportunity for them. So in our fintech business, we have money lending license, we have remittances license and e-money licenses, and that's what we have in Malaysia. And in Singapore, we have the e-money license and remittance license. And we want to be able to do the same in Philippines and in Thailand, as well as in Indonesia. So whatever that we build is meant to be for the region, because there's a lot of opportunities that we can serve. And we felt that since we started as a low-cost carrier, serving those who never flown before, is an opportunity for us to repurpose those assets and try to serve the same masses, but based on various verticals that were underserved in the economy.
Thank you very much, Irene. I think this is a very exciting example of how an industry having access to data on their customers and really being smart about the data can harness their ecosystem in digitally transforming themselves and driving a whole range of financial and non-financial services that bring added value to the lives of the people and really address the needs of the people, as Patrick was saying before. I'll come back to you a bit later to get a sense of how do you actually overcome barriers to reach those specific segments in the B40 in Malaysia. But before doing that, I'd like to turn to Biram, another serial digital tech entrepreneur from West Africa. I think, Biram, if I understood correctly, you're in the process of building a B2B marketplace that is going to be serving the unbanked and some of the marginalized populations in Senegal by giving them access to online digital markets. And I would like to get a sense from you of, how are you thinking about the opportunity and the potential impact that you can achieve in Senegal and where the need is and where you actually fit in the Senegalese context. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Thank you very much, and very happy to be here amongst everyone. So yes, after a number of years in the United States, it's been very interesting trying to build a tech startup here in Senegal, where I'm from originally, and specifically trying to focus on the B2B market and understanding what are the main challenges that that basically sellers are having, knowing that we already have a proven we already have proven demand, not necessarily just within inter-Africa trade, but as well as trade from Africa towards the rest of the world. The demand is there. Where we find the biggest challenges are around access to the market, especially coming from a Francophone country, let's say trying to sell to a buyer in the United States, just language becomes a barrier. But then the second major barrier that we also see outside of just access to the market is the ability to actually fund the transformation of the products before being able to send them out to the buyer. And then the third area is really understanding all the challenges around compliance and understanding what is really needed to be able to sell your products outside of Senegal, for example. And so what we've focused on is not necessarily just a digital platform that gives access to the buyers the ability to understand what are all the products that are available in our market and present it to them in a way that they're used to seeing it today when it comes to quality, when it comes to the options available, when it comes to the language and payment options that are available. But there's another sort of non-digital aspect to all of this, which is really focusing on packaging. Because packaging is one of the biggest issues when we talk about transformation of consumer goods, especially that most of these products are produced by people that don't necessarily live in the city, that may not have the level of education that is expected to be able to meet all the requirements on the other side. They may not even be aware of all the requirements on the other side. And therefore going straight to them and giving them the opportunity to not necessarily just focus on what they're really good at, which is maybe the raw product, and maybe do some of the transformation, but then have us be able to handle all of the packaging, either based on the buyer's needs, so focusing on customization, as well as focusing on any kind of compliance challenges that they may have. This allows us, when we talk about B2B, what we also talk about is being able to order high volumes. And each of these producers today don't necessarily have the ability to fund the production of thousands of products within a particular time frame. So we use actually our technology not only to be able to identify who are the best vendors for that particular need that the client has, but also being able to divide the order across multiple producers, and in the end be able to bring it all together through, as I mentioned before, the packaging side, which I would say is also another important piece when it comes to pricing and being competitive on a global market. Today, our products may not be that expensive to produce. Where they become very expensive is in our ability to meet all of the requirements that the other markets impose, but also in our ability to produce at mass. So I think in what Quilly is doing right now, it's extremely important, not necessarily in the creation of jobs, but I think in giving in introducing all of the different skills that are needed for our current producers that, again, might not be in the city, might not have the level of education to be able to make their products available to a larger market. And so that's really what our main focus is today, amongst other things. But that I would say is the biggest impact.
So I would say, if I were to summarize, in many ways, you're acting like an equalizer in the market between large producers and small producers, reducing inequalities, allowing small producers to participate. And you've also mentioned a range of barriers. Some are digital, some are non-digital. You mentioned language, you mentioned skills and capabilities in many ways, but there's also digital barriers. And I would like to turn back to the topic of digital barriers and the specific effects of digitalization. And maybe I'll turn to Governor Patrick to start with, and then I'd like to turn to Fabricio right after that. I think, as a financial regulator in Kenya, Patrick, seeing digitalization transforming the entire financial sector and beyond the financial sector and bringing a whole new range of issues. It's cutting across sectors and industries. It's driving the emergence of global platforms. It's driving potential exclusion. All of these important matters require specific attention. How does a regulator think about bringing in a smart regulatory environment? We know these are very fast-paced, these are transformative. How do you see a smart environment from a regulator's perspective? What's your experience in Kenya, and what insights could you share with us?
Thank you. Well, actually, I would say that this is the eternal problem. There's always that question about what the regulators are doing. And if you really want to push it, you could actually say, is the regulator stifling innovation that would probably lead to the, maybe significant changes that we have seen in our neighborhood, but also, as mentioned by the previous speakers, phenomenal steps forward. Well, what we believe is that as a regulator, you need to be very clear as to what your concerns are. It's not the business of the regulator to sort of sign off on innovation. That shouldn't be the case. But rather, you should be very clear about what is it that your concerns are. In particular, regulators would generally be concerned about financial stability, and things obviously about, let's say, protection of consumers, data issues, etc., or cybersecurity, all those things. So those are fundamental elements in terms of looking at any digital platform or looking at the entire scope of things or swath of things in the area of digital finance. So that is very important. And then, of course, you look at the product as it is brought. And the first question we always ask the promoters is, okay, what is the what will the consumer, what is the benefit to the consumer? Because at the end of the day, you could have 3 million or even 3 billion of these fintech products and things like that. But in some sense, it would be a waste of resources if you did not prioritize them from a perspective of people. You know, what is it that they do? So that is the way we look at it. And then, of course, to realize that the fintech, or should we say the promoter, is also on a journey, and you have to walk that journey with the promoters. So they are not necessarily bringing a finished product to you. And in a sense, they probably haven't thought about the concerns that you have or the issues that you have. And therefore, for that matter, you do need to walk the journey with them, as we have done with all of them. And eventually they'll move the product from, let's say, a proof of concept to eventually, you know, a beta version, and eventually something that really makes sense. That said, there's one item I would want to put on the table, which is becoming much more worrisome, or let's say much more important. And this is the general question about governance of the digital platforms. You see, now we are relying more and more on global digital platforms. And this is even for your day-to-day sort of transactions, etc. And the trouble here is that they are transcending national boundaries, and with significant spillovers into all countries. And I think the issue here is that it is imperative for us to engage in a sort of a global dialogue on their governance, because they will change our countries, and therefore we in the developing nations or emerging markets really should be at the table discussing the global governance of these products. Of course, the point here is that there's a lot of bias in my view on the technology side, you know, technology-centric sort of discussions, and not the people-centric side, and particularly with regard to data governance. So I'll stop there, but I hope I've given you some elements of how we approach this whole business of governance and indeed regulation.
Thank you very much, Governor Patrick. I think what you mentioned is sort of the hallmark of CBK practice and approach to innovation and regulation of innovation, and this is extremely exciting. You mentioned a whole new set of challenges around data, algorithms, cybersecurity, the emergence of these global platforms. And I'd really be keen to hear from Fabrizio, because obviously these are inevitably conversations that have been held in the context of the roadmap for digital cooperation. This is a core issue that's been addressed in many different ways. And I'd be keen to hear from you, Fabrizio, how do you see that issue unfolding, and particularly that of all these sort of exacerbated risks that come from extreme digitalization or advanced digitalization? And how could we achieve greater cooperation in a way around digital governance, which will be needed if we are to govern global digital platforms? What are the key insights from the roadmap that you can share with us on this topic?
Well, I think the governor, Patrick, put it very, very eloquently. I mean, these technologies, by definition, don't recognize borders. These technologies are transnational, and to try and contain them within borders is extremely costly and not very realistic. To try and erect cyber borders, I don't think any single country, some have invested billions in it, but it's not clear that any has really succeeded. And it's certainly not feasible for smaller countries. So I think first we have to recognize that. And then I do think we need much greater international cooperation for two reasons. One, greater international cooperation to overcome the digital divide. It's very hard to see how that's going to happen without greater international cooperation. We have to recognize that the progress in achieving connectivity, which is the basis for an inclusive digital economy, the pace at which that's happened is slowing down dramatically. There's an ITU report that came out last week that highlighted this. And that's very understandable because it's been left largely to market forces. It's been left largely to profit incentives. And market forces and profit incentives have got just about where they can go. And where they can't go is to the excluded and the economic disadvantaged, because it's no longer profitable. So we need much greater public policies at a national level, at a regional level, and at an international level to overcome that. And we also have to recognize that the reality now is that at the international level, a huge amount of diplomatic and political effort is not going into enhancing cooperation, but into enhancing fractures. I mean, there's barely a day that goes by without some report of a new sign of superpower rivalry in the digital sphere. And the digital sphere is rapidly becoming the surrogate battlefield for the superpowers. And that's not conducive to overcoming the digital divide, nor is it conducive to dealing with the other major issue for which we need international cooperation, which is to make sure that connectivity is not just there, but that it's meaningful, safe and secure, and that it upholds human rights. And that goes to exactly the point that the governor made, that we need to put people at the center. It has to be not about profit, not about, hegemony. It needs to be about the best interest of individual human beings. And somewhere along the line, I think that was very much in the vision of the internet founders who had this great vision of democratizing knowledge. But somewhere along the line, that priority seems to have sort of dropped down the list a little. So we really need international cooperation and above all also to bring in the voices of the global south. Now, to the extent there's a discussion, the voices of the global south are not so present in that discussion. But we also need a new form of international cooperation. It can't just be about states. Whether we like it or not, this technological wave, this fourth industrial revolution, as some refer to it, is very much driven by the private sector. So the private sector need to be fully at the table. And then, of course, we also need civil society, not least to keep us focused on individual human beings. So it needs to be much more multi-stakeholder than previous forms of international cooperation. And that's how we've been working with the high-level panel on digital cooperation. That's how we've been working with the Secretary General's roadmap. We've had multi-stakeholder groups. We've done our utmost to get countries involved who are not usually part of the debate, in especially the least developed countries. And I think that's how we need to proceed. And we need to sort of change the international logic from one that is heavily now involved in friction and competition to one that doesn't ignore the real differences that exist in some of the policy areas, but acknowledges much better what we all stand to gain from greater international cooperation. And that's what the Secretary General is working for.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio. So I really note the need for a new geometry of participants around the table in terms of different types of regulators discussing that fundamental issue, and also the need for an extended geography of participants with developing economies coming to the table as well to bring their expertise and bring their expertise, their experience, but also discuss their needs. In many ways in terms of longer development outcomes. And I think, obviously, as you said, putting the needs of the people at the center, again, putting citizens back to the center and building the architecture of governance of global digital finance platforms around those needs are going to be really important. I'd like to go back to the national level conversation. You alluded to the fact that, of course, there's a need for policy coordination at the international level, also at the national level. And I'd like to turn to Governor Patrick for this and maybe then to Biram. But before we discuss the national level coordination, one point you made was that those platforms were becoming increasingly international, trans-border. in many ways. And so I'd like to turn to Erin. I promised you to ask you the question about how do you target the bottom of the pyramid and how do you actually overcome the barriers to target the B40 in Malaysia, but keeping in mind that this is a borderless transnational play in a sense, and you are a transnational airline carrier. Do you have plans to expand also internationally, and how do you see that happening? If you would like to share some thoughts with us.
Yes, sure. I can give an example of what we did during the lockdown period earlier this year due to the pandemic. So when everyone was asked to stay home and there's no economic activities and we had to ground our planes, so what can we do? What can we use our platform for? That's where I actually explained how we turned it around, and we decided that let's use that platform to sell other things that people are looking for right now, which is the basic necessities, which is food, groceries, and so forth. I mean, that platform initially was meant to sell duty-free or travel retail, but there was just no point for us to continue that. So hence we quickly pivot into what we see and what we know and what we can deliver using the existing assets and repurposing them as well. And we actually repurpose our pilots and cabin crew to deliver those goods right to the doorsteps in the various countries that we're in. So during that period, we saw that the SMEs were struggling, and the government was trying their best to help the SMEs. And what we did was we said, look, we have a platform here. Let's create a campaign, and we called that campaign Save Our Shop campaign, SOS. And within a couple of days, we saw 1,000 over SMEs registered on our platform. I mean, we could only do this first in Malaysia, and then eventually we opened up to the other countries in the region. And so what we did was we helped them put their business in the platform where in that situation during the lockdown period, they couldn't be able to open up their business or sell anywhere that they could because they were very traditional and brick and mortar kind of thing. And we guide them in terms of how they should operate that business in e-commerce. And as a result, also, we provide that delivery service coming from our logistic company called Teleport that provide that last mile delivery and so forth. And what we notice as we put these SMEs on board is that they lack the technical skills to understand how to build an e-commerce business. And this is where we came in from the academy side, because we have a tech academy, and we built this academy initially to reskill our own staff, because we felt that as we become more and more digitalized, and as we use more and more machine learning kind of initiative and work and so forth, we felt that a lot of our staff would probably need to be redeployed. And we felt as a responsible employer, we need to reskill them. And we need them to be able to learn new skills, like how to become a data analyst or how to code, or learn how to use cloud and so forth, and digital marketing and all that kind of thing. And we have a good partner to work with us on this in our digital transformation. And that partner that we have is Google. So we co-created a co-curriculum for our staff to be reskilled. And we felt that with these new SMEs who don't even have a clue in terms of how to advertise themselves or take photos or build a homepage to create more traffic or to help them with digital marketing and so forth, we created a co-curriculum for the small medium enterprises who are struggling. And we say, come to our course. It's not, it doesn't cost a thing. It's very marginal cost also. And we guide them in terms of how they should be able to conduct that business on our platform also. Because for us, we felt that if we put the small, medium enterprises or the micro entrepreneurs on our platform, it has to last for a long time. It cannot be just for the time where they were struggling during the lockdown period and so forth. And as a result of this, there were farmers and fishermen who were also struggling to offload tonnage of their produce. And they saw how we were, helping out the small, medium enterprises and so forth. And the Ministry of Agriculture came up to us and said, how can you help the fishermen and the farmers? Because they need to offload tonnage of their produce and they can't just sell a few kilograms here and there to consumers and so forth. So what we did is we had to create a new business and it's called Our Farm. And what we did was we matched the farmers and the fishermen directly to the merchants on our platform. And these are merchants that we already have, such as restaurant owners or supermarket or mini marts and so forth. And we also built up our merchant database as well. So now you see that there's over 1,000 farmers that has registered in our farm in Malaysia. I mean, we just established this in July this year. And we're going to roll this out to other countries in the region where we have our market reach and we have our brand that people recognize and so forth. So that's how we actually reach out to the B40s, the micro entrepreneurs. We also have I didn't mention about in-flight catering where we turn into a restaurant business because during the pandemic, we actually built up a restaurant. This restaurant was actually a year old because we saw that how our own passengers like our food a lot and they felt that can they buy them even though they're not flying. So hence we decided to open a restaurant and test it out. And we saw that it became really popular and then we felt that it could be a franchise business and then we could create cloud kitchen as well. So that franchise business, we finally got that license about a month ago and we have about close to 20 people who are already becoming a franchise in Malaysia and so forth. So there was an opportunity also for small micro entrepreneurs to come in and learn how to be a franchisee. And we managed to work with the government also who provide loans for franchises because they see that the F&B and franchise business is one of the successful business to help the B40s and to help them become better entrepreneurs and so forth. So that's another way on how we actually reach out to them. And of course, there's also that fintech business that we have where we're reaching out to micro entrepreneurs, to the B40s, to help them get loans and so forth and all that. We have a whole list of things, but time, and so that's one of the examples that we reach out to B40s.
Thank you very much, Erin, for this very comprehensive response. I wouldn't say that I look forward to getting on a plane again, but that's probably the closest I've gotten to it in recent months, hopefully at some point on AirAsia. But so listen, in many ways what you said, and I would like to go back to the conversation about domestic policy coordination and domestic coordination between different actors. And I'd like to start with Governor Patrick and then maybe move to Biram. As Fabrizio was saying, there's a need for greater policy coordination at the national level across multiple actors and multiple stakeholders. What's your experience, Governor Patrick, in Kenya in terms of the kind of stakeholders that are around the table, the type of conversations that are happening? How is sort of this broader dialogue organized and structured in Kenya at the moment? What's your experience in that space?
Thank you. Really picking up on your thoughts on this, it is clear that we cannot, let's say, continue moving forward in sort of disjointedly, in a sort of a disjointed fashion. So there is need for some sort of understanding, clarity of vision, alignment by or amongst all the stakeholders, everybody that really has an interest in the outcome of the digital economy. And that is really what has happened here in Kenya. And and we have anchored this on a digital economy blueprint that was launched just in May last year, 2019. And the blueprint is anchored on 5 pillars. And these are, a digital government, digital business, strengthening infrastructure, that is key, as you can imagine, innovative or innovation-driven entrepreneurship, and digital skills and values. Those 5 elements are really what anchor our vision of digital economy going forward. So we are no longer now in the area of just financial innovation, et cetera. It's the entire gamut. So it's a 360 sort of look at the economy. And I think this is a point that Fabrizio mentioned at the beginning when he was talking about the digital economy is it going forward. And the analog one is still, should we say, another century back, as it were. So what is the point here? Every one of the actors, or every one of the private sector, first, of course, let's begin with government. And the government obviously needs to refresh its systems. And I think a lot of governments have made progress here, where you can do a lot of the services can be obtained on e-platforms, and from medical all the way to passport or passport requests and etc. Applications, etc. Visa as well, etc. Then obviously digital business, and this is very important that the platforms that are being used by are digital as well. Mind you, this is important also for another thing, which is when you begin thinking about taxation and things like that, things are much easier if all that, or AML, CFT, if all that is on a sort of a digital platform. Infrastructure is very important. And I think the point here is we need to be sure going forward that we are not cornered in one form of technology that is sort of, let's say, get stuck there. We get paralyzed in a particular, and now there's discussions about the 5Gs and all these other things. I mean, the point here is that the infrastructure needs to be scalable, and obviously has to be backward compatible in particular ways, etc. But there's more than that. Now we are thinking of fiber connections to key rural places, and I've seen India is also doing the same. So this is important. It's important to have fiber connection to around the country. And that is how those people in the rural areas will actually join in the digital sort of, the digital highway. Innovation, I think I don't want to say too much about because I have already spoken about it. And then finally, making sure that the digital skills and values are there. And this isn't just an issue of financial education, etc. It ranges from even things like digital etiquette and also appreciation of what the innovators should be doing in terms of protecting the private individuals, etc. So this is really an important sort of direction that we've taken. Finally, as I finish, it is important to realize that each one is working in its mandate, but at the same time, there's a lot of cooperation. And indeed, for governments, there's a sort of cross-government cooperation on some of the things that they are doing.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I always enjoy the simplicity with which you explain things that make them feel so natural and make them feel so easy to implement. And yet it is nothing short of being extraordinary. The level of sophistication that you have achieved in Kenya in terms of cross-agency government level coordination is really a model to dig into a little bit more and explore and get inspiration from. I'd like to turn to Biram, maybe to tell us in the case of Senegal, if you can. I think this issue of cooperation, and not so much within the government itself, but between the government and yourself in a way, because you're building this B2B marketplace. The government is also using your services somehow to think about an e-commerce national e-commerce agenda in Senegal. How is that coordination between the public sector and you as a private sector, in a sense, happening in Senegal?
Yes, thank you. And before I get to that, just because it's a bit related, when we talk about especially African countries and developing countries having a seat at the table when we're having those important discussions about governments and others, there's one thing to have a seat at the table, which I think is important, but there's another thing also to be heard once you're sitting at that table. And I believe that in order to be heard when sitting at that table, maybe coming from an entrepreneurial standpoint, you need to be disruptive. And disruptive means being able to own something that others are looking at and change the way people look at you and look at the way the nation is doing things or the continent is doing things. And therefore, it's been important. And a lot of that, I would say, disruption usually comes from the private sector, from the startups, from the entrepreneurial sector, where we have the ability to move a lot faster, where we're a lot more agile and also a lot more willing to take risks. And then on the other side, you also have the government and the public sector itself needing to really provide the tools that the private sector needs in order to feel comfortable taking those risks or to be successful after taking those risks. And I think in the end, it's a win-win situation. And that's where in Senegal, it's been important looking at this new initiative that I've been highly involved in, which is called the Consortium for E-Commerce, which was spearheaded by the Ministry of Commerce. And very quickly, what they realized is that e-commerce was going to become extremely important and a major priority for the country, especially with everything that happened with COVID. But then again, is the public sector really in the best position to develop, let's say, a marketplace for merchants in Senegal, just because we already have so many? Are we looking at the public sector becoming a competitor to the private sector, which became one of the biggest challenges in terms of getting the private sector involved, and them looking at the public sector and saying, are you here to really compete with us? Are you here to build another market, online marketplace that's just going to cloud everything we're doing? And therefore, the work that we've done at the consortium has actually been quite interesting. It's divided in two groups: the public sector, which is the Collège Non-Marchand, and the private sector, which is the Collège Marchand, which I actually am currently leading. We have about 70 members of various actors within the e-commerce ecosystem, just on the private sector side, and over 50 members on the public sector. What we've done is work very closely together. And the reason I believe this model is working is because we're each understanding what our roles really are. The private sector role right now has been to dream big. It's been to identify what the needs are, to go into the regions and do a full survey, understanding what are the needs in order to get the woman that's selling produce at the market to be able to sell online. And we found that some of the major issues always end up being the same. It's a delivery solution, it's having access to delivery companies, it's having access to payment solutions. And so what we've done is saying, let's build a full platform that's not going to be a marketplace that's going to compete with what everybody else is looking to do, but that's going to make it much easier for anyone that's looking to go online to easily create their store, to easily have access to all the payment solutions that are available so that it's fully integrated through APIs as well as plugins. And then on the third side, do the same thing with delivery solutions so that you can use technologies such as USSD, the web or mobile app in order to very quickly identify, and geolocation, I should say, to very quickly identify who's delivering your solutions right then and there. On the other side, when we talk about delivery, one of the biggest challenges we have and where we really need the public sector to focus on, and which now has become a priority, is first to be able to know where you're delivering. So to have a much better localization system, to have a much better addressing system, so that when we actually have an address of delivery, that it is what the person is saying it is. On the other side, when we talk about USSD, having the government support on that as well. So we've been working together to put together all of these different solutions in order to move forward the e-commerce for Senegal. And I believe that it's been quite a great experience that will hopefully become an example for other countries in Africa and developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Biram. I look forward to hearing much more about that experience in Senegal, and hopefully it inspires West Africa and internationally, more broadly beyond your borders. I think we're getting close to the end of this. I'd like to turn back to Fabrizio. And I know we have 2 or 3 minutes before we have to wrap up, but all of what we've been discussing today, Fabrizio, whether it's about coordination at the national level, at the international level, between private stakeholders, public stakeholders, all of that is going to require measurement and access to data. And obviously there's a lot of challenges in terms of being able to measure progress. And so I'd like to get your views on how can the UN in that space play a role? How can other actors play a role? And are we far from the concept of public good in terms of data to be able to measure our collective progress towards inclusive digital economies? Over to you, Fabrizio. I think you're muted.
Thank you. I think this is absolutely critical. I think establishing common accepted standards and definitions in order to measure progress against, measure gaps against, is a precondition for progress. I spent most of my career in the humanitarian sphere with the UN High Commissioner for Refugees and other parts of the system, and a little bit in the development sphere. And in those areas, it's unthinkable that you could make progress without measurement. You cannot deal with malnutrition if you don't have a definition for acute malnutrition, mild malnutrition. If you can't measure how you're falling short, it's very difficult to target resources and come up with appropriate strategies. Likewise, if we didn't have globally accepted definitions for poverty or extreme poverty, if we didn't have the Human Development Index, without these tools, progress in recent decades would be much greater. And it still astounds me, with 3 or 4 years exposure now to this domain, how little accepted standards there are. We talk about affordable access, but we have no definition of what that means, affordable access. The broadband have put forward a possible definition, which I think we need to build upon. But we really need common definitions in order to establish targets, in order to invest resources appropriately, in order to have appropriate national, regional, and international policies. I think that is urgent. It is an area ITU is it's one of the main recommendations of the Secretary General's roadmap. It is an area that we're working on with ITU based on work that has already been done. But I think this is absolutely essential. I mean, just to give you one indication, affordable access in Africa, the average range of what it costs to be connected, the average is about 7 or 8% of the average monthly income. That's the equivalent in New York. If you look at the average income in New York, that's the equivalent of paying about $500 or $600 per month to get 1 gigabyte of data access per month. That means that whereas the real cost in New York is around $50, that means in New York we're paying about a tenth of what, in real terms, of what is currently the average payment in Africa. That's obviously not sustainable. We're not going to get inclusive anything if we can continue that way. But we need the metrics in order to identify those sorts of problems and to overcome them. And incidentally, in Africa, there are many states where the cost is up to 20% of the average monthly income for 1 gigabyte of data. So this is just a small illustration of why metrics is so important. And we need to not only measure, but have universally accepted standards against which we're measuring. And that's the big challenge of our time.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio. I would have many other questions. This has been a very interesting and exciting conversation indeed. Thank you very much, everyone. I have 1,000 questions to ask you, but I'm running out of time. So I'd like to pass it over to Francois to send us off. And thanks again for being with us today. It's been amazing to have you as panelists to discuss this important topic. Thank you very much. Francois, over to you.
Thank you, Ayas, for moderating this panel, and thank you to all panelists really for providing this great example and insights, really in order to demonstrate why inclusion is the pathway to grow for the digital economy. I think you highlight some great examples about global and national cooperation, about innovation, about skills, about data and measurement, about open competition, and also one of the main ones, being, citizen at the center. So I sincerely hope that this session help all of you identify key action we can take today, tomorrow, next week, next month, and next year to reduce the digital divide all over the globe. So this session was the opening of a series of sessions organized by the United Nations Capital Development Fund in collaboration with the Singapore FinTech Festival. So this week, the UNCDF digital team is organizing more than 30 sessions on various dimensions of inclusiveness and digital transformation. So visit our website to know more and continue the discussion in Bangladesh, West Africa, Uganda, India, and a lot of other countries. I thank you again, all of you, for your participation, and a special thanks to speakers and panelists today. I wish you a safe and good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everyone.
Yeah.